Good evening. Sorry for the late start. Had to reboot. Sorry, bit of phlegm. Had to scoff down food fast as well, and then I worked out, oh, this isn't booting properly. I go, oh shit. Matthew, could you talk about NU5GC? Dr. Grundy's claim that there is a causal mechanism that cancer cells use it to cause localized inflammation and to produce aggressive antibodies against it. It's completely nonsense. Even Grundy, in his video that Bart did, I remember quite clearly him saying about 15 or 16 minutes in, he was quite clearly saying that it's a speculation, and it is a speculation. We do not see it. If you want the ultimate diet of NEU5GC, the ultimate diet would be the Maasai diet, which is basically ruminant meat and dairy, which are both very high in this. So in this monosaccharide, they are both very high. And what do we see? Longevity amongst the Maasai, well over, some even up to 120, and breeding in the 70s. So it is a mechanistic speculation in vitro, which pretty much most things in vitro, without the actual having the body being able to clear it out and all that, could be problematic. You could put excess vitamin C, or you can put anything in vitro. Glycation, like in vitro glycation experiments, like I showed that study, that's fine, because we're just trying to see how much one glycates against the other. You're looking at a single factor. But when you're looking at something like that, because you've basically got Saladase. Anyway, so there's an enzyme, and what it does is it cleaves off this, both the NEU5GC and the one that we humans have, which is the NEU5AC. And a study that I've actually looked at does not discriminate between the two. If there's more of the one, takes them out in the same amount. It cleaves off, it removes them, so it's irrelevant. We do not see, there's associations, but also there is reverse causation. That means inverse relationships. And we don't see it as well. When you see an inverse relationship in any study, immediately that tells you that it's bullshit. Because it was inflammatory, then every single carnivore that goes on a carnivore diet, their inflammation should go through the roof. The Maasai should be riddled with inflammation. Doesn't happen. Okay? Now, in a deranged physiology, could it be a problem? We don't know. It's speculation. There's sheer speculation on this. So, what you decide, let me just have a bit of coffee before I forget. Before it goes cold as well, because each time I do this, I end up my coffee going cold. Yeah, so these are the sort of things you need to take into consideration when we're looking at these things. So what is NEU5GC or AC, which we produce? What is it? Well, it's a signaling molecule. That's what it is. And it's sort of, one of its functions is to help the immune system distinguish between cells and foreign cells, and also to distinguish. So actually, it's a good thing when it actually binds to a cancer cell, because it actually tells the immune system, this is foreign, kill it. So just because it binds to a cancer cell, it's telling the immune system. Now, obviously, if the immune system is weak, because let's say you've done something contraindicated, that it will actually, you zap the immune system with a whole lot of nuclear stuff? I wonder what that does to the immune system. Well, it weakens it. I wonder what a whole lot of spikes do to the immune system. Weakens it. Obviously then, because it's bound to it, the reductionist idiot will look at it and go, oh, it's bound to it. It must be causal. What a load of nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So, because in normal cells, only the NEU5, the AC can actually bind. But if you've got derangements in binding sites, some of this can actually potentially bind. Now, obviously in the gut, we have a lot of the actual Ciala dice or whatever. There's a lot, shitloads of it, of this enzyme. And what it does is it actually it cleaves off and breaks it down. So, so it's not an issue. And we don't see inflammation. When you've got a carnivore diet or a low carb diet, inflammation comes down. If it was causing inflammation, autoimmunity or whatever, we would see that. We don't see it anywhere in the literature. So it's pretty much nonsense. It's all speculative, mechanistic sort of research that doesn't really have any foundation. Even Grundy sits there, the arrogant person who knows quite clearly, he talks about the Loma Linda people, and he knows that 50% of their diet in the old days when they did the research was coming from dairy, which is very high in this monosaccharide. So, you can't claim on the one hand these people longevity, and on the other hand, bag the molecule that's in the meat, in the milk, and say, oh, it's gonna, that's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. You can't have it both ways. And these people like to have it both ways. They will argue one piece of garbage and then do the exact opposite and argue in the other direction. Okay? The other thing is the actual molecule, this monosaccharide, cannot even cross the blood-brain barrier. So anybody that argues that may be a risk, absolute nonsense. It can't. It's been tested, and it was radioactively labelled, and it couldn't get through. So it doesn't get through. But it usually gets cleaved off from that enzyme and gets cleared out of the system. So it's irrelevant. Okay? Just because some can bind to deranged sort of cancer cells, so what? Actually, they actually amplify the effect and tell the immune system, this is foreign, this is foreign, this is foreign. Kill it. That's a good thing. I would say that's a good anti-cancer mechanism, not a bad anti-cancer mechanism. More meat and more dairy, thank you very much, to tell the immune system exactly what to target. So absolute nonsense. They've got the causation reversed completely. Absolute nonsense. Just because you've done experiments with cancer cell lines, you have to prove that it actually causes those cancer cells to happen. Nowhere in the literature does that exist. Absolute nonsense. So, yeah, pretty much bullshit is what I call. And associations are not causation. Even Grundy said that on his video, and he should listen well and remember he worked at Loma Linda, and he knew that the dietary, because I've done a Blue Zone video on Gundry, or whatever. And he actually admitted when he was at Loma Linda, 50% came from dairy. Then you had some eggs, and some of them had some fish. And you can understand the diet looks like 2/3 animal food. It nearly looks like a semi-carnivore vegetarian diet. Huh? And now if you go to Loma Linda and places like that where people are eating more carbs, you don't see the longevity. They're saying the blue zone is dying. And they say because people are eating more meat. Bullshit. They're not eating more meat. They're eating processed crap. Yes. But that's the sort of charlatans and bullshit artists we have to deal with from the veganerized plant-based community, plus some idiots within our community. But anyway, that's what it is, or ignorant. I have to be nice. Ignorant people in our community. Anyway, move on, Harry. On a carnivore diet, what could be some downside of too much salt? Is there even a possibility? Too much of anything is possible. If somebody really wants to push the salt or push anything, they can do it. Obviously, if you're drinking a lot of water, the extra salt will basically maintain good electrolytes balance. But if you're not, like you'll notice that the food becomes very salty and you don't like it. And then you'll just put less salt, which is what I do because I've upregulated my antidiuretic hormones. And pretty much I don't sit around drinking water all day beyond my 2 coffees and some water, especially when I'm to prevent a dry throat after speaking for hours. Yeah, there's not much else that actually goes down my throat. So yeah, and also consuming milk, which has more potassium and all that, I'll probably need a bit just to balance those things out as well. So yeah, pretty much irrelevant. And when it comes to calcium, sodium, anything that's in excess, the body can actually excrete, as long as it's properly regulating itself. It's the same thing with the pH. You can pull the 4 levers and regulate itself. With electrolytes, the same thing, it can do it. Most people get into trouble for 2 reasons: either not eating enough protein, and so pushing the insulin to glucagon ratio up, they're too close to the sort of to the levels you would find in fasting. Not a good idea. With a bit more insulin to glucagon ratio, by eating a bit more meat, what happens is 2 grams or over per kilo body weight, you will basically help. And eating most of that in one meal and a second smaller meal, if you can't handle one meal, is what I do. I do a big meal and a smaller meal, and that's how I do it. Bart does one single meal. Everyone, but as long as you're getting enough, it sort of usually sorts out all that. And it's not extra stress on the kidneys at all. Kidneys been doing this for a hell of a long time. They are constantly filtering the blood, not only for sodium, for everything. They are doing it for everything, so they're constantly working. So it's pretty much irrelevant if they're not dealing with sodium, they're dealing with some other electrolyte. They're dealing with other things in the blood. So irrelevant. They filter everything in the blood, not only sodium. So there is no excess stress on the kidneys or anything. It's just nonsense. And if you feed, as I said, remember, we only use a certain proportion for protein synthesis. The other part is used for the organs to maintain them and grow them. And if you eat more protein, your organs actually grow bigger. And we know that. Even that rat study that I talk about and I've done a video on, pretty much is Scotty here. They're going to put it in the actual... Anyway, there are less and less people. I am going to make a decision, and I'm going to put Anika. I'm going to make you a moderator because you've been with me for a very, very long time. A very long time. So, there's Scotty. Anyway, Scotty, can you put in the video that we show the rats where they're having 70% protein and they're growing bigger, not the balls, but bigger kidneys and a bigger musculoskeletal structure? I would appreciate that. Anyway, so yeah, So pretty much nonsense. It's protein deficiency that actually causes more kidney atrophy and then stress on the kidneys for them to do their job. Eat more protein, you'll have bigger and stronger kidneys. It's the one with the rats where they're putting them on 70% protein. I don't know. I may have to find it. It's an old one. It's quite a few years back. But it just shows quite clearly in a mammal, and we see it in humans. I've had a number of people with kidney atrophy and problems. They've done far more, like 2.5 grams per kilo body weight, and pretty much they've improved their kidney function and reversed their kidney atrophy, including my dad with his kidney atrophy, and that's improved, and his blood pressure also came down as a consequence of that. So, here it is. Does a high protein diet cause kidney damage? And it's you're welcome, Anika. You've been a strong supporter of mine, so I don't mind doing that. Okay, so there's that study, which shows quite clearly that and that's also dairy. They were using casein protein as well, which was really interesting because it actually strikes on a couple of other things. So yeah, Stefan. Yeah, so there are those sort of things. Now, and you also ask whether water retention. Yeah, look, water retention isn't the amount of electrolytes. It's the amount of insulin that's actually going to hold water. Okay, this is the reason why on a low carb diet, if people don't eat enough protein, they usually dump electrolytes. It's the complete opposite. You actually sometimes need, by having more salt, you can actually inhibit excess salt, you can actually inhibit the dumping of the other electrolytes, but it actually unbalances them slightly, which isn't a good thing. So eating more, and then most people in the low carb community that don't eat enough protein, what they do is they whack in the electrolytes. You don't need them. As long as you're eating enough protein, you will basically keep things up a bit, and that will actually help. Okay? So, and we know that because whenever you do a fast and you lower insulin, you dump electrolytes. So, well known. Any big difference between lamb, beef? No, it's your preference. Does one have better fatty acid profile? Not really a massive difference. It's very minor. Is one far better in nutrients than the other? Slightly on some of like the B vitamin, for instance. The lamb and pork are much better with thiamine and niacin, where with iron, beef is better and B12 is better. So for some, it varies. That's why it's a good thing to sort of mix slightly, because humans would have hunted different animals and they would have had a mixed profile. They wouldn't have eaten just one type in that regard. So, and I know that lamb has more folate, true, but also there's choline, which spares folate and B12, and all animal foods have choline. If you eat enough, through methylation. And because you're not inflamed, like on a sad diet where you've got higher homocysteine, or low carb diet, you have lower homocysteine. And because of the extra methionine and the choline, it actually can reduce homocysteine and spare B12, which can be used for the brain, for bone, bone growth and bone turnover. B12 is also required, and that's another reason why you don't want to supplement folate, because you can deplete B12. And also, it spares folate and B6 to some extent when you're using choline betaine, that pathway. So why not use it? And you get it by eating those sort of foods if you eat enough. In that regard, there are some people that are supplementing specifically because there are reasons. They've got gallbladder issues or other things like that, or they're not getting enough for a number of reasons, or they are resistant to eat meat, and so they've decided to do more of a vegetarian style carnivore diet, which I also have provided information to some people. I do need to make a video on that, how to do a vegetarian carnivore diet. So for those people that find it difficult to move to ruminants, and so they have to add a few extra things. It's usually crustaceans, but if they've got sensitivity to crustaceans, then we're forced into using things like choline and a few other things. But if they can do crustaceans and get some of the trace minerals and get some of the actual vitamins and that they require, then they can offset. And also crustaceans are a very good source as well of folate, and in particular B12, massive, some of them. So as long as somebody doesn't have a sensitivity, so I do sometimes recommend to certain people, they'll actually ask me and say, well, I don't want to eat this, I don't like this or whatever, and I can actually adjust slightly. But I will do a one for sort of a more carnivorous, vegetarian, low-carb diet for people that actually want that specific. So that is a video I was intending making this year at some time. I'll see, because I've got a whole lot of others that I'm prioritising at the moment, but at some stage I will get to that as well for those people that are interested. So at least they can have a species-appropriate diet without eating certain foods that they just don't like or whatever. As far as also, I've noticed that some people do better from the north of Europe, or northern sort of latitudes do better, even in Asia, like Mongolia, those parts, even Koreans do better with both dairy and with things like beef and horse meat and stuff like that. Where when it comes to people further south, they tend to do better with chicken, pork, seafood, stuff like that, a bit better. They feel better, they tell me. And they're probably maybe, the body's adapted slightly to those foods because they were the dominant foods in those regions. And so I do look at that from that point of view as well. And we have to move away from the carnivore, North American carnivore-centric model that most people push. I think that is, sort of ignoring the richness of the carnivore diets around the world. And I think that when people do things that are closer to what their ancestors did, they are going to enjoy that diet far more, and it'll actually, seems to be synergistically, it'll work better with them as well. So anecdotes, but still, I've noticed those differences in many other people. So there are some genetic adaptations, and I suspect they do have some bearing on the way people feel with different animal foods. And, I respect that. And I think there is some basis for it. We just haven't done the research. It's a speculation on my part, but it's a speculation which seems to, from a lot of anecdotes that I've heard, seems to sort of bear some truth. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Move on. Thanks a ton, as always, Harry, for amazing information. You give and help everyone in the carnivore community. Definitely, God bless you. Thanks. God bless you as well. Thanks, mate. And Bob, how are you, mate? What are your thoughts on eating lots of fish when you do not have the high omega-3 genetics balance with pork and all that? I'll be making a video shortly. I don't want to give it enough away. You'll be surprised you won't worry about that problem. So there may be other genetics you have to worry about, but you won't have to worry directly about that problem. So, and it's not about balancing. The whole thing about balancing is nonsense. The balancing thing comes from the plant-based community because the ability to convert ALA to EPA and then from DPA, the body will convert it to DHA. But in order to go from ALA to EPA, you only get a very small conversion, most people. There are a few people in some parts of Asia that can actually do a bit better, but the vast majority of population do very poorly in that conversion. That's one problem with that whole notion. And the whole reason why they brought out this whole ratio thing is so if you're not overloading the body with too much omega-6, then you've got a chance of converting at least a bit more of the ALA. But that's the reason why that came. But if you're eating animal foods that do have omega-3s, then, it's not an issue. But I will get into all that nuancing and you'll realise that why you don't need fish. But that's a video that will come out. Hopefully I'll be able to process it and have it out sometime towards the end of next week. So I'm not promising 100%, but it'll either come out next week sometime or it may come out the following week. And I do have on Monday, I've got a vitamin D thing that I'm coming out. And depending on the processing of the other stuff, we'll see, because my sister's down here at the moment visiting. And so I've taken a day off on Tuesday and I've got a bit of flex day. And also we'll be seeing them at lunchtime tomorrow. And, so it probably afternoon again after work. So it's going to limit my time, what things I can do in that regard. So if I get up early enough, I may be able to push out a third video next week. If not, it'll only be two. Wednesday my sister goes, so I'll have a bit of time on Thursday to hopefully, or Wednesday night, process something, maybe be able to post it. We'll see. I can't promise anything. So just bad timing. Anyway, yeah, so that'll be cleared up really well. And I don't want to give too much away. Costco has this $8 Kirkland Malbec wine that tastes insanely good. What are your thoughts on unsweetened wine? It's got alcohol in it. It's got alcohol in it, or it's got fructose in it. Well, what do you think? It's not going to be species appropriate, is it? No. But I'm not going to judge you because I was wine tasting, not a lot, but wine tasting on the Saturday. So I was down there. My brother he from another mother, he actually bought one of the wines for him and his missus. And I, on the other hand, just tried a few sips of Pinot Noir and a few others. There were some variations that they had as well, quite interesting flavours. So, yeah, no, I didn't drink like a full keg or something like that, or a 6 ounce or whatever. But still, I'm not some prudish carnivore that never touches anything or doesn't do the minor occasional social cheats here or there. So if that's going to basically keep the missus happy one night, and she'll be very responsive, and I won't get into details. Go for it. I mean, we still have to live in this world with other people. And so, if it's a unsweetened wine, it's going to be less problematic, but still the alcohol is an issue, let's be honest. And usually people know what I recommend is 2 grams of choline to export the fat out of the liver and 2 B complex vitamins, which are methylated. They have to be methylated. None of this bullshit stuff, the methylated type. You take 2 before, and then when you come back after you've had a few drinks, you take another 2, depending on how much drinks you've had. If you haven't had a lot, don't bother. If you've had quite a few, you've been very, very naughty, Bob. Yes, try to get the missus a bit tipsy, so get her in the sack, you know what I mean? Then, under those sort of circumstances, then you may have to take another 2. So you won't have a hangover the next day. Stew. Because really it's processing the alcohol out of the system. If there's still some that hasn't been processed because you've depleted some of your resources, well, yeah, that's where the hangover comes from, because you haven't successfully eliminated the toxin called alcohol. And you know that, Bob. So, yes, interesting question. Thoughts on the safety of transglutamase, also known as meat glue? Don't know enough about it. I've heard about it, but I haven't looked into it to really have an opinion yet. You know me, Jay Ducky, I have to research things to the nth degree and go a really deep dive. But I'll put it on my list of things to look at. I think I have it on my list, but I have to, I don't do things half measure. I have to really understand something before I make a comment about it. Otherwise, I say, I don't know. And when I'm speculating, I say I'm speculating based on incomplete information, but or because there is incomplete information on the other hand. So, and that's what an honest person would tell you. Anyone else will tell you nonsense, because I usually find that most people view things at a surface level and then they want to basically tell the world when they don't fully understand it. And it's the same thing with the omega-3s. I was just as ignorant as many other people and many other things. The thyroid hormones and a whole lot of other things. It's just ignorance by a lot of people. Do a deep dive, understand how they actually work within a systems framework, and then you'll have a deeper understanding why things do what they do and how they respond in the body. So, well, insulin, it's simple. High insulin, and which is high Randall cycle, which is high insulin to glucagon ratio, or to be more precise, insulin signaling. Anyway, Johnny. Yeah. That can happen. That can happen, especially when you're not drinking a lot of water and you've upregulated your antidiuretic hormones. Your sodium requirements start going down. Mine have. I used to consume far more salt than I do now. Probably now a quarter of the salt that I used to consume. Massive difference. Now I understand why not limiting water intake and trying to force the body to produce its own metabolic water, like the tribal people do. You don't see them carrying water with them. They can go for miles in arid environments without any water. It all makes sense because they've got the body, and so they're not looking for rock salts. So it makes a bit, and if they need a bit of electrolytes, a bit of sodium, and what do? They drink some of the blood in the milk, and it's sort of a nice combo because they're getting the calcium they get from the milk. They're getting the potassium, which is higher in the milk. They are getting also slightly more magnesium. They'll get a bit of magnesium. They'll get sodium from the blood. They'll get also chloride as well from the blood. So nice electrolyte combination, and it works for them very much. Fine, thank you very much. What can you help with kidney tumours? Well, Dad's got kidney cancer, and he'll probably die with it rather than from it. Now, a ketogenic diet, a low ketogenic diet, doing fasting and all these sort of things would help him. He does some of it now and then. Sometimes I force him, which has slowed down the progression and slightly reduced in the other kidney slightly. It's, more stable. But he's still got carbs in his diet. He's still got a number of things that are there that shouldn't be there. But what am I going to do? Lock him up? He's an adult. So, the taurine seems to be helping. Occasionally I get him to do the senolytics. He always complains because, I have to do it at night. I don't want to do it at night. Dad, you're going to get better results. Now I think my sister realised today the sort of frustrations that I'm going through with Dad sometimes. uh, so I go for it, Tiger. He's all yours. Uh, so yes. Uh, Families, wonderful things. Johnny, is it normal for the digestive system to often make noise? Sometimes it can. Um, even let's say, even the perfect person that has never done anything wrong, really healthy, you know, if you stuff down your throat a lot of food really fast and all that, you could potentially, your parents used to tell you, don't scoff food very fast. One, you could choke. Two, you're putting a lot of strain on your digestive system. So it could potentially cause noise sometimes, and that's on any diet. Um, so, it's not, it's a potential. Some people that try to pile things in very fast. I used to be a person like that, and I used to have far more, let's say, gastric noise, or, I could feel discomfort. But I have probably the taurines help me calm down, but I don't eat as fast as I used to. And I try to enjoy it and pace myself. Yeah, it's not a 100 meter sprint, so to speak. And I find that that's really eliminated that whole problem. So if you're, scoffing down things very fast, and I know there's a bit of a tradition in Asia to scoff down noodles and scoff down food very fast, get it in and get on with it. When it comes to protein, heavily protein foods, not a good idea. That's will put a bit of strain. You sort of have to get it into the system at a bit slower pace in that regard. So, but yeah, I haven't had any of those. Yeah, yeah, and I used to do it as well. I used to be, I'd finish the plate, and everybody in the family would be looking at me. You've finished? Yes. What are you guys doing? So yeah, I was, yeah, and occasionally I would choke. And my mother used to remind me, "You'll die like my sister." Her older sister died by choking on her food. So pretty much, yes, that's what happens. Uh, uh, so let that be a lesson to you. Kemi, always a pleasure. Hard Logic, good to see you, mate. Tom, g'day all. Too many streams today. Yes, we're back to the normal sort of pace of 2 streams. So I am going to review my streaming, and I think I'm going to drop back to 1 a month, and I'm going to use like my second week, my second fortnight, because one fortnight Sunday I just keep it to myself, just to enjoy 2 Sundays and all that. And I'll be doing like fortnightly, but I'm going to drop back to a month for the time being, and I'm going to use the other extra, for now, that is. I may go back to to every fortnight again, but I'm going to basically reduce it for the simple reasons I've got more time to create more content, because there's a lot of things I want to create, and I just do not have the time to process a lot of the stuff. And it's becoming a bit annoying, because there's a lot of questions that people ask me that I could give a comprehensive video answer to. So not that I don't mind, but it would clear up a lot of, let's say, bullshit out there that's being promoted, and at least get some better stuff out there for you guys to be able to use as ammo against the repeat groups, the vagoonerized community, and even some of the, let's say, ignorant within our own community. Taurine helps with cold weather. Any idea of what helps with hot weather? Um, well, I haven't really thought of that about that at all. With hot weather, obviously, being in the shade, so you don't dehydrate, things like that. I can't really think of anything else. Yeah, I sort of know, when I'm, even in winter, I can tolerate the cold much better than I can tolerate excessive heat, especially high humidity, like in the tropics. I have got used to it now. I'm coping with high humidity. In the early years when I was younger, traveling in Asia, it was a hard slog. I used to sweat like a dog, and had to just basically use in my water, little salt cubes to basically maintain my sort of electrolytes, and so I wouldn't have tachycardia, which I got a couple of times when I was in Asia from just possibly consuming too much water, because of, I was dehydrating. I just wasn't managing those things well. But I wasn't a sad diet as well, so that didn't help. But I have noticed that being on a carnivore diet, both in winter and summer, I seem to regulate my body temperature, and my body seems to regulate much better. That's from personal experience. I don't know about other people's personal experience, but it seems I have a better tolerance of both cold and hot weather than what I used to. Um, and it sort of makes sense, because when I was a youngster, um, in my teenage years, I was living in Greece because I did nearly 6 years. So, pretty much the high school period I did there for over that 6-year period, nearly. It's a few months difference. Um, but uh, there was sort of, my diet was very heavy in dairy products, meat products. I mean, yes, I did eat a bit of bread, but not a lot. I didn't really like bread. I never have. It's not something, I'd rather have a sweet than bread. Um, and if I had anything, it wouldn't be bread. It would be like savoury. I do like savoury things as well, even more than sweet stuff, like things like a pumpkin pie or a cheese pie or something like that, which is savoury, or a meat pie. I'd rather like that to have than any of the other stuff. So I was actually eating a much higher level of animal foods, and I seem to cope very well in very cold weather and very hot weather in Greece, whereas it can get up to 45 degrees on the west coast. Had a bit of tan as well. Now, no tan. Um, so yeah, different time in that regard. So I think when I came to Australia and I started eating sad diet again and being manipulated and tricked by all the media saying low fat, or it was the low fat craze that was starting, especially in the 90s. We got back in the late 80s. By the early 90s, the low fat craze had really taken off. And a lot of us just sucked it all up and dropped a lot of the animal foods. So I did the same thing. So, yeah, not good for my health. A few decades later, I was having my chest ripped open and my heart getting a double bypass. So, yeah. And I did have a mild heart attack, but it didn't knock me out and didn't kill me. And I sat down and I was actually dizzy and sort of so definitely had because it was when they checked the blood, they actually found that I did have a mild heart sort of attack, and there was some damage to my heart that had actually some fibrosis that's gone since the 2019 test, as I've said it in the earlier stream. And so, yeah, as a consequence of um, that and shifting back to a more animal based over time, paleo initially, and then adding more animal foods as I went along in the last 13 odd years, and then so it's been a slow sort of walk back to health. Um, and sort of I've noticed as well as I've become more animal, I'm eating more animal foods. I've noticed I'm much more stable, in a lot of regards. A lot of things have just improved across the board. And I think everybody has seen things in their own life, you know, and most of us nowadays just we're complaining about minor things and trying to get solutions. Or if people are in the early part of the journey, they're actually complaining about, you know, um, you know, other things that are basically, haven't resolved completely or whatever. Anyway, hi, how are you? How's it going? Pearl powder for eye health. Some are talking about it. Yeah, I haven't seen any real good evidence for that. Uh, some people are arguing for it. Most the companies that are promoting it seem to, but I haven't seen like really solid long-term data that really shows that it really makes a difference. So I'm going to say until there's more research in the area, I'm not going to say, I'm on the fence pretty much. I'm not going to say yes or no. If you want to try it and see anecdotally whether it helps you and all that, I'd love to know, because more anecdotes gives me a bit more confidence to, consider, well, even though there's not a lot of, most of it is supplement company research, even though there's not a lot of independent stuff out there, maybe there's some value to it. Yeah, I'd like to know. Since I don't have the issue and I won't be trying it, spending the dosh. If you do, Stefan, I'd really appreciate. So obviously he's already gone, but he will listen to this. So just leave me a comment. Anyway, good evening, Harry. I know that the carnivore community is against fibre. Yeah, but it can't help see that there is protective effect from soluble fibre in some contexts, scenarios of bile acid, diarrhea, thoughts. Yeah, it's fibre is contraindicated in a carnivorous diet, and it isn't actually very healthy. The more fibre you take in, especially raw fibre, it's got little hooks. If you look at it under an electron microscope, and it actually does rip into the colon and does structural damage to the colon. So it's not a good thing. But what happens is the reason why we get diarrhea, bile acid or diarrhea in general, is not because we're not producing good enough bile first, because we usually have a clogged. If somebody's been plant-based for many years, their bile flow is impeded and poor. They may have a lot of sludge. They may have, and as a consequence of that, they get some of these digestive problems. And it can take a bit of time to resolve. Fibre is just masking it. The other thing that masks, that does what the body does, is if it doesn't have fibre, what it does is it dumps a whole lot of water, because there's not enough. Remember, bile acids come through, and those bile acids, what they have is an alkalinizing effect. They change the pH. So the content of your stomach that comes out, the proteins, the fats, all that, that's quite acidic. It needs the bile salts to change the pH, to shift it away from being too acid and potentially damaging to the gut lining, to more alkaline, pushing it towards alkaline, so it can actually traverse the small intestine at a different pH, not as low as that in the stomach. So if you don't have enough bile because you've been plant-based or high carbohydrate, and you've really just clogged up your use it or lose it, basically, clogged up your gallbladder, and you've got gallstones and gall sludge or stuff like that, and it's not functioning properly, it's not releasing sufficient bile, what happens is the body, to compensate so you don't get damage to the enteric system, your digestive tract, what it does is it floods the gut with water. And that water will dilute the acid and lower the potential damage to the gut lining. So that's what it's trying to do. So it's the body's response to try and lower the acidity, increase the pH. That's what it's doing it by, because it can't actually do. It doesn't have a strong. Water has some level of alkalizing effect, and it's trying to make that adjustment. And that's what really happens once you fix the gallbladder. I've discussed it multiple times. It depends. You may have to use, you don't use taurine, you use very little taurine, because taurine also has the effect of fixing the stomach lining. And if you've got a gallbladder issue, your potential stomach lining, let's say somebody is already getting this problem, they'll get this problem, then I would use taurine. But if somebody doesn't have this problem, but they actually, let's say they've got reflux or stuff like that, that means they're not producing enough acid, which means that if they have a gallbladder issue, they may have some level of malabsorption, but if they have the gallbladder issue as well, then when they fix the stomach, which you can with BPC 157 and also with taurine, but if you do that, then you can potentially create this problem as a downstream thing if your gallbladder isn't functioning. That's why I always say everything starts at the liver and everything starts at the gallbladder within your digestive system. Fix that first, and then everything else comes after. So if, for instance, your gallbladder, your stomach has got sort of low, doesn't produce good enough acidity, don't fix that. Fix the gallbladder first with things like milk thistle, with choline, with things like that. So that will slowly improve, And so by using that method, and also you could probably use supplemental cysteine to synthesize a bit more. But the key thing is to try and clear out, because also what will happen is the cholesterol excretion will be lowered by the choline. Okay, so that's important. So it'll actually then allow for better emulsification of the content of the actual gallbladder. And then that will flow better over time. That will clear up and start flowing properly. And once that flows properly, then you can come in and fix, because you've got good bile flow, and you've gone in and done like a ultrasound to make sure that it all is good and flowing through properly. And and so at that stage, then, and you'll also see less fatty stuff coming through. Then you have to concentrate then on the stomach with BPC 157 plus taurine for a couple of months to basically heal the stomach lining so it functions. And also because both of those things will help suppress H. pylori, because sometimes H. pylori, or bacterial overgrowth happens because of poor bile synthesis, because the bile actually cleanses the small intestine. Then at the base gets recycled. So this is why this problem happens. Now, you could take a bit of fibre, and I wouldn't take, like some cooked fibre to sort of lower the issue, which masks the issue as a short-term solution as you're transitioning, and and try and fix the gallbladder, because it's really critical you fix the gallbladder, because it's usually a sign that the gallbladder isn't working very well. So once you do that, then the other things should fall into place, and then you can deal with anything else if there are other components of the digestive system that are problematic. I do have a whole series of videos on digestive issues and about some probiotics and kefir and many other things that people can do at different stages, or depending on what sort of conditions they're dealing with as well. Check it out. It's called Digestive Issues. Hard logic. Any opinion on the soy sauce, natto, miso consumption, its effects on the special case of Japanese people? A big no-no or slightly acceptable? I would say for the majority of humanity, a no-no, and even the Japanese. But can the Japanese tolerate it best? Yes. Does it have less anti-nutrients? Yes, because it's fermented, and even soy. But at the same time, it does have some level of endocrine disrupting compounds. And it seems that the Japanese don't use a lot of soy anyway. They'll use a bit of soy sauce, they'll use a bit of natto, they'll use a bit of miso, but they don't consume large amounts. If you take a look really at Japanese, because I know some people that come from that part of the world, they don't consume as much. People in people in the West consume far more soy than they do, believe me. Is the DDW beneficial for people who are not in ketosis? Serum depleted water. Look, you will produce metabolic water from fat anyway, whether you're in ketosis or not. And even on a low carbohydrate, you will be, to some degree, you'll produce some ketones, but very few in some cases. But the whole thing is that DDW has more to do with depleting deuterium in the system, and it depends on what your exposure, your historical exposure is to industrial seed oils and processed food. If it's not as high, I wouldn't waste my money. If it's high and you've got underlying mitochondrial problems, energy, you can't produce good enough energy due to via beta oxidation. That means, and you've got difficulty adapting, fat adapting, that sort of points that there is probably more fermentation and less oxidative phosphorylation happening inside the mitochondria. And that means you've got mitochondrial issues, which you have to fix and all that. There's a few tricks of the trade. Obviously, melatonin plays a big role. Taurine's going to help upregulate melatonin inside the mitochondria, but also lowering, and this is an important thing, lowering the amount of deuterium by keeping the diet clean. If you can afford deuterium-depleted water, do it for a couple of months. Depends on how damaged you are, because if you lower that, then you're not getting, you've diluted and removed certain levels of deuterium in your system to lower levels. Then the body can cope better in healing. It will heal faster as well, because you're not fighting against damage, healing, dealing. So that's why I say deuterium depletion is important in order to be able to then allow the body to heal much faster and far more successful as well, and not slower, because the slower we heal, that's a problem long term. More senescence, potentially, cancerous cells can emerge that are, if you've got too much CD38 cytokine release inside the body, the immune system can only deal with so much. So we're trying to reverse senescence or lower senescence, which is what taurine does, in order to, and then we need to remove the agent that's actually causing the problem in order to give the body the ability to heal those parts that need to be healed. So it depends. It depends on people's circumstances, where they are, and stuff like that. But, just beneficial for people doing that are not in ketosis or are in ketosis, pretty much irrelevant. What we are trying to do with deuterium-depleted water is lower the deuterium inside our body, trying to dilute it, bring down the levels, so the physiology can heal itself faster. So for those people that that are new to this channel, don't know what deuterium is a stable isotope of hydrogen. We've got two stable isotopes. One is H1 and H2. H1 is the one that's actually at its nucleus. It's only got a proton. H2, deuterium, has got a proton and a neutron. The neutron is the problem. The neutron damages the little nanomachines that rotate fast to produce energy. When you have too many of those coming through through that little nanomachine, it slows it down. That's why as you get older, more deuterium in your system, you actually have energy deficit. Less energy, less ability to heal yourself and do a lot of other things. So if you've got too much deuterium in the system, on the other hand, if you've got more protons, H1 type, your stock standard, well then those RPM, those edges can actually rotate at 9,000 RPM. At that rate, they can produce all the ATP in as your total weight over 24 hours, which means that you can produce, if you're 70, let's say 70 kilos, 154 pounds, if you're producing 100% of that in ATP, 70 kilos of ATP per day, is because of high RPM and high performance in producing and all your mitochondria are in good nick. The more damage your mitochondria have, the energy starts dropping. Less energy. Remember, you need a certain amount of energy to keep yourself alive. Less energy, more damage will happen because you can't heal yourself as fast. And so it accelerates the aging, accelerates the decline. So this is the problem with deuterium, especially from seed oils in particular, but also refined sugars, which is very high, but in particular industrial seed oils, which is extraordinary to the toxic levels. Over the 180, which is the toxic levels, at 255 parts per million. That is what is destroying the mitochondria. That is what then creates mitochondrial disease. That then will push into senescence, into cancer potentially, if the immune system is weakened because of Jabba the Hutt, which we know does because there's research that's come out and shown that. That's why we've got turbo cancers. Then, yeah, these things can take off because they can't be suppressed, they can't be eliminated. When a cell gets damaged, it does one thing. It sends out cytokines, CD38 cytokines, and transmits. This is signaling as a signaling molecule. People say, oh, CD38 is awful, you know. No, it's telling the immune system, here I am, kill me, I'm damaged. That's what it's telling you. Now, if you get a weakened immune system because you're doing contraindicated diets, you're doing things you shouldn't do, and a whole lot of other things, then the immune system can't deal with all the damage, and some of those cells, more of those cells, can go cancerous. They'll go into fermentation. They'll upregulate oncogenes because the mitochondria will signal to the nucleus and say, look, sorry, mate, we can't support you with energy production. You need to run the old program of fermentation. So that's what happens. And then the cell goes into survival deranged mode. Anyway. How can some antibiotics even damage tendons and other things? What's the mechanism behind it? Just can't imagine. Look, the biggest problem with antibiotics, especially if let's say you've got leaky gut and you get a lot of antibiotics into the bloodstream, gets around into other cells and stuff like that. What could happen is, remember what the mitochondria are? The mitochondria are little organelles, which is bacteria that hitched a ride with a cell and then provided energy for that cell so it could move away in the great oxygenation period, which wiped out the majority of life. And so hitching a ride was able to create cells that could actually utilize oxygen to produce energy. So it was a wonderful advancement in cellular life. And so that is an important component. So there is a potential of doing some damage to the mitochondria and stuff like that. So there is that sort of stuff. Now, some people may have a certain infection, they may have a slightly weakened immune system, that can be a problem and all that. So as I've always said, get your vitamin D levels up good so you can produce more stem cells, and taurine levels good so they can be activated inside the thymus and also prevent the remodeling of the thymus so it's better and can store more like in a youthful body, and also the taurine which will lower the immunosenescence, the damage to the immune system, so it will actually heal it, reduce the damage. So these are important things that we can do to try and actually improve our ability to heal so we don't have to use antibiotics in that regard. But sometimes life-threatening conditions you have to. And then what you need to do is get back on a species-appropriate diet, take some of these things to try and rebuild your gut microbiome. Remember our so-called cecum, the appendix, that's where your gut microbiome is stored. So your body can restore even if it's wiped out nearly 90%, as long as you give it the right nutrition to restore it, and not sugar to encourage candida or other pathogenic bacteria from overgrowing. So we've got to be very careful about the way we go about it. You can use kefir as well to add to try and encourage the increase of bifidobacteria and lactobacillus strains, which may lower inflammation in the gut and actually better balance the sometimes broad spectrum, taking for a while to sort of get things back on the normal keel, and then allow the body to sort of sort itself out with good nutrition. Anyway, what's the mechanism behind high carb diets causing hypertension? We covered that earlier. That's insulin. Do not ask a question Multiple times, please. Oh, that's the 20. That's right. They had the 24-hour. Oh, well, it is what it is. So, that's why there are less people at the moment here. Anyway, here's what it is. What's the kind of nutrients can regulate matrix proteinase MMPs properly? Retinol and vitamin D. So having good levels of, not excess, please do not do excessive amounts of retinol. It's not more, it's having the right amount in the system. You have to have a good level of vitamin D in the upper part of the normal range. And you also need to eat things like eggs and a few other foods that have got, and even the fats of ruminants have got, a number of, because we do get carotenoids from that. And if you're a decent converter, I'm a slightly poorer by 32%. Some of the Irish can be quite low. And so they need to get like cod liver oil or stuff like that to be able to get enough retinol, or eat more eggs or eat a bit liver, but don't go excessively. I usually say maximum per day, 10,000 IUs for both vitamin D and vitamin A for a short period of time if you require it, because you're slightly deficient. But I would stick to no more than 5,000. So I do about, in the winter, I do 5,000 IUs of vitamin D, and through, even that guy that was doing that, old geezer that outlived his parents, was older than and in better nick than his siblings, 88 years old, was eating about 25 eggs on average per day. And they were looking from, it was a case study back in 91. It's in the New England Journal of Medicine. If you Google it, you'll find it. And on the old geezer, his father died around 40, didn't have any special genetics. His mother died at 70. Can't remember now. Was it 76? I could be wrong. And, he was 88 and he was in a nursing home, and his doctor had known him for more than 15 years, and pretty much he was, been eating eggs like that. He had an egg addiction. And then also for a very long time, he also, many of his friends also knew him as a sort of an egg addict. So he had a bit of an addiction to eggs, and so he consumed quite a lot. And so he used to get about, with the other food, close to 5,000 IUs for decades and decades, because even his friend knew him for a couple of decades and he was still doing the same thing. And he couldn't remember the last time when he did it. So he did it for a very long time. What does that tell you? That tells you that, and, he was getting maximum level of choline. He was getting, pretty high levels of retinol for a long period of time. Now, there are people that have recommended very high levels, have caused their clients problems, like that Dr. Smith guy, and then after that have gone the other direction. Again, nonsense. We know that very low vitamin A can actually cause blindness. It's a well-known disease in many third world countries which are agriculturally based. A lot of the populations, agriculturalists have a high level of blindness, and even child blindness. There's actually an international program to provide funding to help kids get enough vitamin A into their diet to reduce blindness. So we know quite clearly that you need vitamin A and all that, but you don't need anything like anything, whether it's potassium, magnesium, or whatever. You don't need excessive. The body needs a certain amount. It excretes a certain amount. It gets a certain amount. As long as you don't go into excessive levels and you get within the range, it's pretty fine. It's just people do the wrong thing and and then they complain. But the reality is they cause it to themselves because they're pushing Yeah, Garrett Smith, that's right. Yeah, they are in for a dark future. That's exactly right, Cami. They are. It's just nonsense, reductionist nonsense. But unfortunately, people, yeah, that's what they do. They jump on one bandwagon after another, and I go, yeah, excessive stuff. We need to be careful. Our physiology has the ability to store and balance things, and then depending on how healthy our liver is, how where we store retinol and glycogen as well, and other things, depending on where we are. So, can we store sufficient B12 or not? All these things have to do with how healthy the organs are, in what state they are, and stuff like that. And so, when people have underlying issues, I usually say, hold on, let's just fix the problem first, and then we can add back the nutrition, the proper nutrition, at the levels that it should be physiologically required. So there are steps with all these things, and running like mad just gets you into a lot of issues. What's the difference between magnetic fields like the Earth and electromagnetic fields? Well, it's not a big, massive difference in that regard. It's just, because you've still got a negative and a positive pole. So it's not much difference. It's just, magnetic fields have different strength and characteristics depending on what the minerals or what is the material that it's made of, the thing. Even within our body, inside our bloodstream, we have magnetic fields that we create from organic matter as well. So, everything can generate magnetic fields, and their strength, and even their polarity strength can vary. Some can flip back and forward, some don't. So there's a lot of variations, but yes. And why is one good and the other bad? No, I don't know who's saying that they are bad or good. you know. So unless you're what you're talking about is non-native electromagnetic field, so EMFs, so sort of so non-native EMFs, which are generated by electronic devices. I think that's what you mean, because I get what you mean. Tunnel vision. See what happens when you focus on just the question, the way people write it. Yeah. But I suspect that's what you're talking about. Stuff that actually exists in the environment that our bodies are used to over a very long time in history, plus the ones that we generate through our, whether it's a mobile phone or whether it's anything else. Obviously, those non-native EMFs are slightly different, something that our bodies are not sort of used to. There is anecdotal evidence that they do cause some disruption, but even there, it's not really strong evidence. I actually did a video. If you go and look at, I did a video on, my chats with Bart K. I do have a video in that playlist that I cover. They're all on that other site, Odyssey, and there is a video that I did with him that covers, sort of 5G, and it just shows quite clearly you don't get any chic. You don't get any, like stress, oxidative stress. You don't get any of that. Heat shock proteins are an indicator of oxidative stress. You don't get any of that. Um, so it's quite clear that that doesn't work like that. But there is the magnetic fields themselves can generate different photons. So you've got different sort of, red shift, blue shift. You know what I mean? This sort of thing. When the Earth is sort of rotating on its axis and you're getting this near infrared you're getting different wavelengths. Those wavelengths are also interacting with us, and they tend to basically be beneficial to the functioning of the cytochrome C in the mitochondria, the energy sort of as a subatomic level. They seem to basically work better for energy production and the functioning of the electron chain in the mitochondria. But the non-natives seem to disrupt a bit that process. It's the magnetic fields that are not stuff that the body is used to. There is some research showing that if you lower some of the intensity of the field, obviously the range drops, but it actually lowers the actual deleterious effects. And also, it means that 5G may actually be less problematic compared to, because it's not ionizing, compared to 4G, potentially, under those sort of circumstances. But also, there is a disruption to your circadian rhythms because of the photons that are released. We pick up photons from our environment to tell us what time of the day it is. That's why we say to people, go out in the morning, go out at night, so you can actually, and at lunchtime, to regulate your circadian clocks. These other photons that are being emitted from non-native fields, they can cause some level of disruption depending on if it's excessive. And unfortunately, nowadays, the way we actually, screen time, and we're always, very close to our technology, we have far more in comparison, but it doesn't seem like it's as problematic coming in from the melanopsin in your skin. The amount of receptor sites are lower, so less of a problem. But the stuff coming in your eyes, it's definitely a problem. It will affect melatonin far more than what is happening at the skin level. So there is some belief from anecdotal evidence and looking at some of the literature that as long as you can reduce some of the sort of exposure and sort of also the blue wavelengths by using the better lighting, blue blocking glasses and stuff like that, you can sort of mitigate to some extent some of this sort of stuff. So, and as I said, the research earlier shows there isn't the issue of oxidative stress. So I think it's more to do in derangements to our internal clocks due to the photons that are being emitted that we are picking up through our melanopsin, and in particular through our eyes, because that is the key receptor telling the brain, going right through and telling the pituitary gland, it's daytime, stop pumping out melatonin, and then you can't sleep properly. So yeah, it's more that sort of stuff. I know it's a long-winded, sometimes these things take a bit of while to explain. Is K1 really not necessary in the diet for correct clotting? You get some from animal foods. You get more than enough from animal foods, so you don't need to do anything like that. So, well, 130, 136 ppm water. That's what I use my coffee as well. Yeah, so most animal foods have some K1. We don't need a lot, and the key one that we need is menaquinone 4. That's the one that affects also, is the only menaquinone that actually can influence the genome. None of the others can. So that is the one. And everything else, K1 and all the other menaquinones that you may get from dairy products and other things like that will all get converted to MK4. Even the supplemental MK7, yes, it can do a bit of activation, osteocalcin of certain enzymes that are involved in bone enzymes, but technically speaking, it all basically gets converted, and at large doses, MK7 could be a problem because more in the bloodstream, circulating for much longer, could interact with other things in the bloodstream and could potentially, I'm not saying it is, could potentially be a risk, in terms of a pro-oxidant. More circulating isn't better. It means it's not being utilised. So it has to eventually get to the liver and get converted into MK4, methyl 4. So, yeah, supplement anything, you'd be supplementing methyl 4, but not in very high doses. And if you're going to do it because you've got underlying cardiovascular issues, leave me a comment, first talk to me, and then I'll find out exactly where you are on your journey of healing, and I'll recommend a protocol of healing. I need to make that video as well. Anyway, should the medical profession tell hypertensive patients to lower their insulin as a priority instead of reducing salt intake? But in order to lower your insulin, what do you have to do? You've got to eliminate the sugar. So if you can find a way to convince medical professionals to tell people to stop eating too many carbs and increase their fat intake, good luck with that. It's not going to happen unless some major shift happens in the world. That is not going to happen, unfortunately. I suspect the low-carb doctors know this and encourage their clients to change their dietary approaches. And the ones who understand the Randall cycle even better, because they actually can provide far greater assistance to their clients because they have nuancing on their side as well. Yeah, so it is a problem, but what can you do? It's the reason why, if you go back with Pim, I did a video. My first video was on sort of the nutrition, the food guidelines. And I go back into the history of Walter Kempner and his low-fat diet. And what did he recommend when you're on a low-fat diet, which is more like a fasting mimicking diet, like the Vagoons do, but with more sugar, so you don't get the breaking down of muscle, like what happens to the fruitarians. And he knew you can only sustain that for about a year. He had to whip them. They were very, let's say, yeah, they had a very interesting way of dealing with their clients, their patients back then in the 30s. Anyway, he was a German Jew, so yes, maybe it was the firmer German way that he had picked up and adopted. But yes, and he understood that pretty much you can't be on that diet forever. It is too catabolic, and he realised he had to. The other thing is he understood, because at that stage, there was a lot of work that had already proceeded in the 20s on glucagon and insulin, and he was aware of all this sort of stuff and realised that you have to keep out the electrolytes because of, even when you're not, because he didn't know Randall cycle, because that came out in the 60s, 63, when it was first published by Philip Randall. But before that, he knew that, if he'd seen low carb things work in Germany, but he couldn't get some of his clients to adopt. He thought that because he had heard about it, he thought it was all about epilepsy, because it was done at Johns Hopkins University Hospital, and so he thought, probably it doesn't work for the issues that I'm dealing with, which was a certain kidney condition that these people had. So he decided, well, I'm going to put them on a low-fat diet, and it was about 2% fat, 4% protein, and 94. So what happens is, when you're eating, he forces his clients to eat more sugar so they don't waste away their muscles. And what happens is the body then will recycle that extra protein and utilise it for protein synthesis is what happens. So you get a bit of wasting, but not a lot of wasting, and you can actually reduce the growth levels, because in order sort of to fix some of the derangements in the kidneys, that's a good thing by lowering some of the growth pathways. So that's what, obviously he didn't understand the Randall cycle, but it's what he had developed as a solution to this problem. So he took out that component, thinking, well, let me try that, because he put people on a sort of a low carbish, but it wasn't really working, because I was still, people just don't follow low carb diets very well. Even back then, because I wasn't being monitored, and he was saying, well, it's not really working, but they're eating too many. And, if you're eating about 20% or 25% carbs, it's still too high with a lot of fat, still too high. We know that now. We know that in order to get into ketosis, you really have to go low on the carbs, down to 50 or less grams, and some people down to 25 or less. So we know that is an issue. He didn't know it at the time. So pretty much he tried this method, and he knew that, this does raise insulin. When you put more sugar, but he noticed that it doesn't raise it as high. That's one thing. And that he didn't understand why, because it was still early new science. But he realized that because it still raised insulin, and he actually had measured it, he knew that could be a problem in water retention, too much water retention, which would put more stress on the kidneys. So what he did was he told all his clients, no salt, no electrolytes of anything, no magnesium, potassium, anything. And that's the thing with, this is what, when many people have some derangements which could be related to not eating enough protein, or because they've got the calcium gene, or a number of other things where that then creates electrolyte derangements. And then people think, oh, it must be that, I need a bit of carbs, which raises insulin. And what does it do? It holds on to the electrolytes. That is why Walter Kempner did not encourage these people to take any electrolytes of any sort, including salt, because the higher insulin would hold on from the 94% carbohydrate diet, but would not engage the growth pathways, which is what we call the Randall cycle. So you're pushing up insulin, but you still have the ability to, in between your meals, you're going to be oxidizing some more fat, like the vegans do. They eat their plants, and then when they're not eating, they're actually having to, the body shifts and oxidizes some of that, because you can shift back and forward much easier for the simple fact that you're not engaging the Randall cycle to lock it all out. Got it? And so insulin would drop at night in between meals, because people used to be a bit more serious about not snacking like they do today, and keeping insulin continuously high. So they were able to lose weight and to improve their condition. Then he put them back on a normal diet once all that happened. So, people can look into that and have a better understanding of that sort of stuff, and understand also why, under certain physiological conditions, Walter was right. If you're on a low-fat diet, you don't need a lot of this sort of stuff. If you're, on the other hand, but you need to drink water, that's important. But on the other side of the coin, which is also important, but not too much water. You've got to be careful with these sort of diets. And then on the low carb side, if you restrict and don't overdo the water, still need to hold on to electrolytes and get some of that sort of stuff. But what the body does, which is smart, it upregulates the antidiuretic hormones and solves the problem by slowly bumping up insulin with extra protein, and then by reducing the amount of water intake, it upregulates the antidiuretic hormones like the tribal people do. Voila, problem solved. So a lot of these things are because of ignorance, which is endemic out there. And don't expect any change any soon, because there's a lot of resistance and a lot of, when it comes to meds. Just keep that in mind. Does boiling water reduce or increase? No, doesn't really do much at all. Just makes it warmer, or pretty much. Anyway, actually, the steam that's coming off will have lower deuterium, so it may slightly increase when you boil it, but very marginal. It's minute, so I wouldn't worry about it either. Yeah, we sorted that. Yes, we want bigger balls. Yes, true. Envy. It's all envy. It's all envy, Johnny. Yes, I'm envious. I'm envious of you down there. Anyway, much more ballsy than I am. Anyway, you're welcome. Oh, you did? Oh, well. Yes. Actually, that was an enjoyable video that I made at the time. Very informative. Yes. And there's a lot of angles to that because there was a casein component. Everybody poo-poos casein, and then here you've got massive amounts of casein, not an issue whatsoever. So it sort of literally blows that whole nonsense apart because there's casein studies in rats which show really poor outcomes. But they forget that they've actually included in that a whole lot of seed oils and a whole lot of refined sugars in the mouse chow. And then they go, oh, it's the casein. It's definitely the casein. Don't look at the sugar or the industrial seed oils. But that one has actually got heaps of casein. The majority of is casein, the actual protein source itself. Do we see any inflammation? No. Do we see any problems? No. The rats did very fine, thank you very much, and grew big, and extra big balls as well, I can tell you. They were super rats. God, send them to Wall Street. They should find a very good company amongst that crowd. DJ Projectus, how are you, mate? Your thoughts about fruit and teeth? Believes fruit destroyed my gums. It's, well, obviously, fructose isn't a good thing for your teeth. It does, like all these sort of sugars, especially high fructose sugars, tend to upregulate certain bacterial strains that can do more damage to the teeth and even the gum lining if you're in excess in that regard. But fruit per se, on their own, aren't going to do a lot of that. But obviously, if you are doing more fruit, less protein, because remember, what is bone? Your teeth, your bones, the entire skeletal structure is basically mineralized collagen. So if it's not enough the minerals, you also need the collagen. So that's why little kids, their bones just flexible and bendy and all that, because that's collagen that hasn't been mineralized enough. In order to hold a big frame over time, you mineralize and mineralize and mineralize and create rigidity. The amount that you need for a lot of biological processes in terms of the minerals is trace amounts. You don't need massive amounts. And the body can actually recycle them, recover them at the kidney levels. As I said, if you don't get enough calcium, the amount of excretion can drop down to 50 milligrams, or it can be as high as 300. That's a big range. So, the nonsense that people claim, you need so much calcium. Bullshit. If you needed so much calcium, why at a higher amount that you're taking in, which is below the RDI, are you basically excreting more? Has the body lost its mind and said, I don't want to get to the RDI of 1,000. I want to kick it all out, more of it. The body isn't stupid. Okay? It is not stupid. Never has been. It's only academics that are stupid that think that they're smarter than the body. The reality is the body knows best, in that regard. So when it comes to things like calcium, the body will work out whatabouts and stuff like that and put it in the right place. I've never seen a Maasai, I've never seen a Hadza or any one of these people have any severe deficiencies or stuff like that. And tribal people we've never found, because you can see it in the bones. It's only when they are starving, periods of starvation or whatever, you can see stress lines within the bones. We don't see that in tribal people, but we do see it with agriculturalists. I wonder why. Because basically you've got all these anti-nutrients that are binding all the minerals and they get very little. No wonder they have to encourage 1,000 milligrams, like 1 gram of calcium, because the damn stuff is so bound up in all the shit, all the fibrous shit that you're putting through your mouth, that you can't actually access a lot of that. And a lot of this is tied to oxalate in these plants. So even if you cook it and break down some of these connections, you'll end up flooding your body, yes, with a bit of extra calcium, but also a bit extra oxalate as well. Not a very good idea. So we need to understand, stop being reductionist and understand this interplay, how things work. And definitely, oxalate's not good for your teeth as well. I've seen some interesting X-rays and stuff like that, like big oxalate stones in teeth or in bone. Yeah, nasty stuff. I actually have a video somewhere on my site that actually shows some of that stuff. Do an oxalate Harry Serpanos, and you'll find some of those videos. Nasty stuff, as I said. How does TA1 peptide? Well, that's produced in the thyroid. So yeah, but it does actually assist because there is interplay. The thyroid is connected to the hip bone. All the body's interconnected. All these things, these hormones are not only playing a role in one tissue type, they're playing another tissue type. Remember, as I've done my thyroid videos, the majority of your thyroid hormone conversion doesn't even happen inside the thyroid, only 20%. 80% happens outside, and the majority in the liver, and the other part in the kidneys. So 60-odd% in the liver. So there is, and there is signal, what I said earlier about signaling. The body will signal and actually tell, well, I'm eating this, I'm doing this, I'm doing more beta oxidation, I don't need as much. Okay, upregulate T, I've produced this amount, and then, I need to remove some of that, and I increased reverse T3, because we know excess can actually waste away muscles. So again, like anything excess outside the physiological range, it can have deleterious effects. The body's not stupid. Only certain nutritional experts are that make up nonsense because they see it from the paradigm of a standard diet, which is deranged anyway, sick, deranged people. Thank you very much. So, yeah, so it's, and also taurine can actually help with the increasing of TA1 naturally. So it can play a bit of a role. So that's why that also shows that a carnivore diet is indicated, because it's the only diet, animal-based foods, that are high in methionine and cysteine and free-form taurine. Most plants are very low in all those. Oops, which is most species appropriate and also helpful for the immune system. I think I know which one. Anyway, how do you properly execute serum depletion water cancer situations? Do you drink it all the time? Yeah, you basically drink it. It's very expensive. It's shitloads expensive. If I wanted to get a 500 ml, half a litre, I think it's about, I can't remember now. Let me just try to remind myself. I'll have to do the calculations approximately. It's about nearly $20 20 plus bucks, I believe. I think it's a bit more than $20, $23 for 500 mils. But let me put it this way. If I've got cancer and I've got a bit of money, do you think I'm going to worry about the money? No. But if I don't have cancer, I'm going to basically say, well, why bother? Since a low carbohydrate diet with more animal fat, the fat is low in deuterium. It's 115 parts per million. It's between the 100 and 130. You don't want too low because that you derange your collagens. You need some of your collagens. But if you're in the higher levels, then you need to bring down that. So yeah, I just noticed little stuff. How are you? Haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're well. Hi, Harry. Does hydrogen therapy involving only H1, which has no deuterium in it, or does it include deuterium? I believe it actually is pure hydrogen. I believe, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. I've heard about it so many times, and people have told me about it, but I haven't really looked into what parts per, because I suspect it's probably going to have a bit. Nothing can be 100% pure H1, but somebody did tell me that they looked into it and it was lower in deuterium, but I haven't actually checked to see what levels it is. So I can't tell you off the top of my head. I did do a bit of a Google search, but I couldn't find anything which was good enough. It was just all, the normal advertising stuff, pages and pages and pages, and then I just gave up and I forgot all about it. So it's been a while since I've actually looked into it. But I did find some Reddit posts that said that somebody had a link to a study that was showing that it's actually lower, but the link was broken, so I couldn't actually go and find it. So I've got no idea, to be honest. And I forgot all about it. Now you're telling me about it. Because that was a question somebody asked me, and I said I was going to go and look at it, and I did, and I didn't really find what I was looking. Then I forgot to look into it again, and nobody's asked me since. So yeah, pretty much. But I wouldn't do it for too long. A couple of months if you've got cancer to bring down, or severe senescence. That means severe mitochondrial damage, and that's been confirmed by a biopsy or something. Then, or you've got a lot of derangement. You've tried to going low carb of one sort or another, and you notice you can't produce enough energy. There's an energy deficit. And when you put some carbs back in, because you're fermenting, you feel better. Then, yeah, you've got a mitochondrial problem that needs to be healed. Obviously, then it's well worthwhile bringing down those levels, and then blue blocking glasses at night. Make sure you keep your melatonin up, because melatonin is the thing that actually helps. Plus, adding taurine will help increase throughout the day in the mitochondria, melatonin, and then it'll also reduce oxidative stress and upregulate as a key cofactor to an enzymatic pathway that produces melatonin inside the mitochondria. This is not the pituitary gland signaling go to sleep thing. This is melatonin being produced independent of the stuff that's being produced by the pituitary gland, that signaling molecule. This stuff is produced inside the mitochondria to heal the mitochondria. Now, you can do a few other things to improve cellular function, and that is in the morning, early in the morning when you're in a fasted state, you take about 1 gram of leucine, but no more. I take about 0.9, just slightly less. Like I've got a 1 gram, and I just make sure that it's just a bit lower than the top. So I take that together with 3 grams of citrulline. You can use arginine if you've got. The experiments with arginine, but doesn't really matter. Citrulline will get converted by your kidneys into arginine, and you'll get it more systemic throughout the body, not the hog, which is called the liver, won't hog most of it. That's the reason why. It has a tendency of taking up quite a bit, especially if it's lower in in arginine, and we need it for the synergy. It works synergistically together there's Captor 1 and Captor 2. Captor 2 and Captor 3. These pathways are actually they are changed in their modulation, in their expression, and what happens is it upregulates these other organelles that repair inside the cell, and it upregulates their capacity to repair the cell. It varies, but it does increase the capacity. And so that also helps improve cellular function, lowering cellular senescence. So it's a multi-pronged way. And it's a good thing to do it very early when you just wake up, and then not worry until having, if you're time restricted feeding, I usually break and start eating at about 11, which means that, from early hours in the morning, I'm going to get quite a few hours of enhanced autophagy or enhanced cellular cleanup. So that's another thing that can help improve cellular function as well, not only mitochondrial function. We can get more bang for your bucks and spare some of the energy that could be used to basically, so it's, all these sort of trying and get the body to do more. Anyway, where are we? My 16.5-year-old cat has developed CHD. She has been on raw carnivore for years. She can't handle her regular diet. Now I've had to lower phosphorus and protein a bit, and she feels better. Thoughts? Yeah. Trying to think. Okay. Not too bad with cats and dogs, but yeah, I'm not sure what the cat's a bit on the old side, in that regard. So, protein is going to be the problem. And you said she was on a raw carnivore diet. Has the cat been exposed to anything? Sometimes we had a cat years ago. I remember Sooty, and he basically got in a fight with other cats, got some sort of infection that actually then affected the kidneys. Because otherwise the cat was fine, because we had taken the cat the previous year to the vet, was fine, had no problems, but it got really severely injured in a cat fight, and it ended up getting some sort of kidney or some infection that affected its, kidneys. So, that can happen in cats. Yeah, but I don't really know what the best approach would be for that. I mean, I don't think lowering protein is going to be a solution. That's, it may feel better because the cat can't handle as much because of the damage. But I can only think of one thing to do to sort of help improve the immune system, and by adding a bit more taurine in the diet of the cat to a slightly higher level to heal the fibrosis and the damage. I can't think of anything else that you could do for the cat. Yeah. Did the doctor check to see whether the cat had like had any sort of hold on. She has been indoors, cat her whole life, but she lived with another family before, and they gave her kibble, and she might have tumor. Okay. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yes. Yeah. We had a cat called Tiger, and unfortunately, she used to have a bit of a sweet tooth. Um, a cat in the 80s that I had, and she ended up with cancer, and she had pain on the top of her. She got it on the top of her, around her spine area, and she, when you touched her, she always used to complain, and Mum couldn't understand what the hell was going on. And then eventually we went in and checked, and you don't need a lot. Remember, the cat is a small animal. It doesn't need like mega dosing. 1 or 2 grams is more than enough. Um, you know, Obviously, if it's got a tumor, you could use deuterium depletion because they suffer as well, but it is expensive. Let me just tell you, and that you need to make that choice yourself. Um, so we know that in Europe they use basically deuterium depletion water in dogs. It's approved by the European health body that deals with veterinary medicine. I forget what it's called, but they actually have it approved, so you can use deuterium depleted water to reverse cancer in dogs. Cats, it has not been approved because it has failed, and in humans, it's mixed results. And the reason for that is, as I've said before in many of my videos and many times, even if you actually deuterium deplete, I understand. I can't, sorry, I understand the situation. But if you've got, with cats, because they don't produce taurine, very little, they have to get in their diet, you've got to supplement them. And that's when deuterium depletion works, because you're healing the mitochondria through, your melatonin pathway and stuff like that in the mitochondria. Um, and that's why it works in the dogs that can actually endogenously produce more taurine than even us. So you lower the deuterium levels, they increase, they're still producing more taurine internally from the amino acids methionine and cysteine, and the dog can actually produce more than us and can actually heal slowly the mitochondria and shift the physiology away from a cancerous physiology once you've lowered the damage. Yeah, look, sorry, it's hard to with those things. All you can do is, another option is using taurine and also using slightly higher fat intake from very low deuterium sources. Make sure no dairy. That's 122. You need to be using things like lard, which is in the 130, to sort of get the deuterium levels down and dilute it over time. So yeah. Look, it's the problem with cats is it's not enough to the cat's requirement for fat is lower, their protein requirement is higher. But when you give them more protein, what happens is they start turning it into sugar, because now they don't have proper functioning mitochondria. So the best thing is to dilute using more fat in the diet and using taurine to try and increase the repair of the mitochondria, so you can re-establish oxidative phosphorylation and re-establish proper normal functioning to downregulate oncogenes in the cat. So yeah. And the problem is, this water is expensive, guys. I understand. I wish. The problem is the oncology field is well over $1 trillion industry, and they are not going to allow. Laszlo Boris has been trying with a number of the companies in Hungary. They've been trying to get deuterium depleted water, and even the Romanians that are producing some deuterium depleted water, they as well have joined the camp trying to promote it. In Europe initially, the Romanians more within the EU, but the other company, the Hungarian company, they're trying to promote it more within the US, hoping that they can get the the FDA to look at it and allow for a study to happen in humans. Laszlo, I know, has been pursuing that for some time, but even he's finding brick walls because pretty much you got big pharma. They do not want this. They're trying to suppress this information. So, yeah. Anyway, where are we? Good. Okay. Love that you say if you don't know enough about it, you'll say that. Yeah, well, why, you got to, if you don't understand a subject matter fully, comprehensively, you may understand it slightly. You can still say, look, I understand at this level, speculative, I'm not sure, don't have enough data. There's nothing wrong with just saying, we don't know enough. I've looked at it there. Me, I profusely look at things deeply. But if it's not there, it's not there. I'm not a research scientist. I just investigate the literature and try and understand it, getting all the information, pulling it all together and then milling it in my head to try and work out what is actually happening in the physiology and trying to understand the physiology in a much more deeper way. So, yeah, once upon a time I was quite ignorant. So, but it's been, a long period of time and a lot of effort to get here. Obviously, I was motivated after my own health issues. So, good evening, guys from South Korea. Yep, yeah, you guys are a few hours behind in that regard. Yes, good to have you here. Ooh, also, Jin Kim, he's also from South Korea, but he's been a long time subscriber of mine. So, pretty good bloke. Um, and maybe my cat. Yeah, yeah, we covered all that. Covered all that. I'm on in cortisol with a couple of years ago. It was about years ago. It was about 9, so that would indicate that I don't have innocence, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, there can be things in the physiology that can mimic other things. And then you change the diet, you change what you're doing, you change your lifestyle, and it changes. And if it changes, then well, it's unlikely that I have that sort of disease. So if it changes only a bit, it may still indicate. But if it changes quite a bit, it's, yeah, possibly not. But again, as I said, there can be variations because that condition, I think I've pointed out in one of my comments, that condition can have some variability and can have some variability due to other secondary genetics that are also playing a role as well. So it can be a bit more complicated, but potentially it's less of a problem. Reality Chick, good to have you here. Meat is so soft compared to plant material. I really struck me how rough and damaging plants are to your digestive tract. Yeah, they pretty are. If you look at fibrous material under an electron microscope, you will see these little hooks. They cut into the gut lining. The nasty little things. Oh, Jonathan's there. I don't know where he's probably popped in and popped out because he's on the 24-hour thing. Oh, that was nice of him. Um, Yeah, can be nasty, can be nasty. Yeah, try and get your citric, your like a calcium citrate is pretty good at binding. I used, like, the way I did it was I used yogurt and I combined that with citric acid and used the two to basically reduce the effects. And I was one of those unfortunate people to have on and off like for 2 years. I've cleared out now, I'm fine. But yeah, it was very damn annoying as well. So yeah, but I consumed. Remember, I had in 5 years when I was eating more plants, and even when I was sort of, and this was doing keto and low carb and eating a lot of plants and even paleo, a lot of spinach and kale and all that sort of shit for a number of years, and I ended up in 5 years. And this is towards the end before I started becoming more carnivorous. I had something like, you know, 4 cases of kidney stones in 5 years. Ridiculous. Once it cleared out on its own, once I went into hospital and they were able to flush it out, and twice I had to get surgery. And because it was in the duct, in one case, like a hook, and in the other case was this sort of slightly weird sort of shaped thing with pointy things protruding from it. And it actually got stuck at the bottom of one of my kidneys. It didn't get into the duct. They can't, because anything close to the ducts or it's not inside the kidney, they can't use like a sonic, like to try and break it up because it's too the tissue is too delicate and it could be damaged. So what they do is they put a laser up and they laser it, break it up, and then clear it up. And that's what they do, and then they'll give you antibiotics to prevent any bladder infection. So yeah, that's the sort of approach, and I can tell you that was horrendously uncomfortable. Both those times that I had surgery, and I learnt my lesson. And I used to consume a lot, like 100 to 150 grams of spinach nearly every day, sometimes occasionally every 2 days. So I was consuming shitloads. And that's why it took me up to 2 years to clear the shit out. So the more exposure you've had to oxalates, the more fun it is getting rid of it. Yeah, I've been there. I know what you're going through, mate. I definitely know. That is why, if I'm going to cheat, I'm not going to cheat with fibre and oxalate. I'm going to cheat with something like, a lower oxalate sweet, as an example. If I'm going to, or alcohol, I'm not going to cheat with that sort of shit. Carnival marathon. Nice of him. Thank you. Yeah, it is. It is. He's on there. Nickname the Tall were the carnivorous as can warriors. I found some contraindicating info on that. Some claim that they were 6 foot, foot and 4 on average. Look, it varied. It varied quite a bit in that regard. So remember, even the Maasai are only slightly over 6 foot. They're not like giants. And these are more pastorals people, and pastoral people tend to be a bit shorter. Also, one other thing about the Mongols, they did consume some grains, some of them, especially the ones that were closer into China and places like that. So they used to trade for some of that stuff. The ones, obviously, that were further north consumed less, were taller. The ones that were further south and consumed some of the stuff from the Chinese were slightly shorter. So there is variability in the Mongol population to this day as a consequence of the interaction with the Chinese. So anyway, just did a very nice summary of deuterium. Might be a video right there. Maybe. Yes, maybe. Yes, maybe. That's true, Tom. Jay Ducky could also clip it out and I'll share it on my, which I do, for all there's a few, the clip channel as well, and I'll share that sort of stuff around. As I said, the people that support me, they do get flagged as copyright, and I just archive it, and it eliminates the flagging, so to speak. To spread it out, I've got no problems in that regard. Get the message out as much as possible. Yep, it can be rough. Definitely can be. Yeah. Yeah, I had dumping, but my dumping was more not through my rear end. Some people will get more dumping in their skin, and they will really get like eczema and all sorts of really um, bad effects on their skin. I didn't have that. Others will get it, they'll excrete more via the bile and via their gut and through the colon. And then other people are more excretors out of their kidneys, and I'm one of those. So I tended to get pain in my kidneys, and I had to maintain my, pretty much keeping my levels of citrate, which was a food grade citrate, together with my calcium, a bit extra calcium, in order to bind the crap and sort of try and get it out. So, but it was on and off, on and off. Sometimes it did affect me in the gut a bit, but it wasn't severe. I never had like what people describe as, sandpaper in their stool, or or like bleeding out of their anus due to this oxalate ripping into, especially, you know, and many people describe it as, like hemorrhoids, but more painful. And you can feel the glassy sort of rough sandpaper type of, when you're using the toilet paper, and so I'm going, oh, wonderful, So that's how someone described it to me. I'm going, yeah, friggin' wonderful. Glad I didn't have that. But then again, having a lot of kidney pain for on and off for 2 years, that wasn't enjoyable either. And so I had to vary. Sometimes I'd actually push up my citric acid, and it would go away. And I would see that my urine would actually have more foaminess. So it would actually lift up, and I knew, oh, okay, there's more of it coming out. And that's the thing that you get all this foaminess, and you go, okay, there's a lot of oxalate coming out. And then it would go away. Yeah, the foaminess would go away. So, and that tells you something, that it's not kidney like protein is being dumped out, because it can't be filtrated because there's a problem with the kidneys. It's just that pretty much it's oxalate dumping, and it goes on and off. Sometimes 3 months would go past and nothing. And then all of a sudden, you'd wake up one morning and go to the toilet and you go, oh, and you'd feel, oh, my kidneys. You go, where the hell did that come from? And then yeah. So it was it would catch me unexpected, which was damn annoying. One day it was so painful. Oh, I was just in agony. Yeah, I actually took the day off from work. It was so uncomfortable. It seemed like the nerves around my kidneys and all that had been sensitized, and I just was like, yeah, not feeling very comfortable at all. Yeah, so my throat's getting dry. So very much that can happen in that regard. for a lot of people. True, true, true. Definitely, yeah, yeah. Look, I had severe IBS when I was on a sad diet. Not I've and I struggled for a number of years. And then even when I went paleo and all that, didn't resolve it. I went low carb, didn't resolve it. I went keto for a while, didn't resolve it. And it's only when I started taking the plants out, it started resolving. Only then. So it was quite clear what I was doing wrong. Um, yeah. And I really struggled as well. I know what you mean. I used to get like constant. I had a period of time where one year was so bad. I had one of the highest at my work, one of the highest amount of sick leaves due to IBS issues. I was also fearing that I would lose my job over it. So it was a struggle. Those 1 or 2 years were like hell on earth. So I know exactly what you've been through because I've been through it as well. So yeah, I'm glad I woke up and found the right path as well. So yeah, I can relate to it, mate. Definitely. I'm pastoral carnivore because of Harry. Yeah, me too. That's my ancestry. So you know, why struggle against it? It's the right thing. Look, I usually say to people, stick to the micrograms. Like 200, 300 maybe, and all that. Um, it's only when that's for regular people, but you can get that from eating, if you're eating dairy, eggs, and stuff like that, you should be able to get that and you don't need to supplement at all. Now, if people basically have got underlying calcium calcification, they need to find out, is it stable or unstable? If it's unstable, they should not use any minoquinone. They should allow the body to increase the calcification. And I've even said to people, if you really want to accelerate it within 3 months, you could take for 3 months statins, but take coenzyme Q10 and a few other things, eat more cholesterol with eggs and stuff like that. So you have to knock back far more eggs, and you may have to knock them down as dairy as raw because it's easy to swallow them in greater amounts than cooked. And so that's how you can get your extra cholesterol that you're actually inhibiting. But what statins do, forget about that, they don't really do much anything, but they do calcify. They increase calcification. And if you've got soft plaque, the advantage of plaque, which is dangerous, being calcified means it becomes stable. The angina becomes stable. So I don't care if people's CAC goes up if they've got a lot of soft plaque, because we need to stabilise it first. And once it's stable, and we've actually gone in, done tests, and we know that the atheromas are stable, it's a bit like a scab. Once it covers and heals and then it will drop off. The same thing inside the blood vessel, it's healing behind, and then that scab, which is that atheroma that's calcified, will start being removed by the body. And you can speed it up a bit with minoquinone for then. Got it? So to be able to, and with sufficient vitamin D to drive it into the bones. So everything has its time and its place. In that regard. Our general requirements, there's more than enough in animal foods in terms of the minoquinones, and as I said, all of them get converted to MK4 anyway. Yeah, most of the animal ones are all MK4, excluding some of the dairy that can vary. Camembert and Brie are 100% MK4. It's just because of the bacterial strains. And the other ones, because of differing bacteria that are used in the cheeses, can vary the minoquinones. And the same thing happens with kefir. You can get varied due to the different types of bacterial strains of lactobacillus. Very. Does strict carnivore diet supply enough vitamin E? Yes, it does. We don't need as much vitamin. See, vitamin C and vitamin E can become pro-oxidants once they give up. They electron donate, because that's what antioxidant is. It donates an electron. Too much unstable molecules in the bloodstream isn't a good thing. Now, if you've got a certain amount of vitamin E and vitamin C in the system, which you don't need a lot, when you're in a low carb state with lower insulin, you will upregulate your intracellular antioxidant systems like glutathione, superoxide dismutase, and catalase. These things will do a lot of the antioxidant stuff, and glutathione will recycle both those things, your vitamin C and your vitamin E. Got it? So it's simple as that. So you don't need to supplement. You only need to supplement on a SAD diet or a plant-based diet where you're suppressing, due to insulin and the wrong signaling, you're suppressing the intracellular antioxidant system. You're pushing it down. It's, less effective. And so what a big electron donor does is donate and stabilizes those. Voila, done, recycled, can be reused. Fantastic. And that's how it's supposed to work, the physiology. Excess vitamin C will produce oxalate. Excess vitamin E has also been shown to be deleterious, especially if it's just tocopherol, and it's not the complex and doesn't have a lot of tocotrienols. But even excess tocotrienols, I'm on the fence, because we've actually looked at even vitamin E complex. I've looked at some research, and when we look at the research of vitamin C and vitamin E, what we do see is that, it doesn't actually show really good in epidemiological studies. So, if it was something like fantastic, it would show there'd be a stronger signal. So it's not a wonder, neither one is a wonder antioxidant. And then there is some animal studies that actually show that when you actually increase antioxidants like vitamin C and vitamin E, when you've still got the ability to produce intracellular antioxidants, but you're actually pumping a whole lot of extra antioxidants, you're actually suppressing the ability of the body to heal and repair itself. Remember, a bit of oxidative stress has like a hormetic effect, allows the body to basically upregulate the intracellular antioxidant systems to heal and repair and improve. Got it? If you're not doing that because you're suppressing those mechanisms with a lot of external antioxidants, you tend to not build robustness and strength in the body. And that's what rat studies have shown. Now, we've got no humans trials, because you would have to lock humans up for the rest of their life. But rat studies, chimp studies, and many other animals, they all show one thing, that the more antioxidants they take, their longevity decreases. Oops, there's a problem there. So mammals show a reduction in life expectancy. If the animal, on the other hand, lives beyond about what would be technically a rat, because it's got a high metabolic rate, it only lives for about 2 years, plus or minus a bit more. That rat that actually consumes more vitamin E will die earlier, more of them. The ones that survive, maybe due to genetics or other things, some internal mechanisms, variations, slightly genetic variations, minor, those rats that survive, once they get to the equivalent of 71 years of age, which we notice even with humans, our intracellular antioxidant system starts declining. So as the intracellular antioxidant system starts declining, and senescence starts rising more rapidly after 71 approximately, then antioxidants in the rats showed an increase in lifespan even against the other rats that weren't taking antioxidants, that were surviving in bigger numbers up until the equivalent of 70, but then dropping off and dying more rapidly after that stage, because the rats with taking the exogenous antioxidants were doing a bit better because they're in that older age bracket, and because the supplements were compensating for the lack of intracellular antioxidant systems that had declined after that age. So it's quite interesting. Now, that is equivalent to the age of 71. That doesn't mean that that is exactly what happens in humans at the age of 71. Okay? So let's not confuse that. It's the equivalent of 71 in humans. Our intracellular antioxidant systems seem to last a bit longer than that. Maybe for us it's over 80 or maybe even over 90 before we see a more rapid decline in our intracellular antioxidant system. I've seen some research. The problem is it's all over the place. Absolutely all over the place, which sort of indicates when I see so many variations in results, some people having much higher, some people having much lower, some people having, somewhere in between, all over the place. There's not a consistent picture there. Using my brain, laterally thinking, I go, okay, I suspect some of these people are on a sad dot or a bad dot or whatever. They're doing more damage. They're declining their mechanisms. They're creating more senescence, more damage and all that, because they never looked at that sort of stuff. And we know that when you actually increase senescence and more damage, cellular damage, the intracellular antioxidant system and the immune system gets overwhelmed and weakened to some extent. And as a consequence, that may explain why some people will decline faster, but also the differences that they noticed in the level of intracellular antioxidants. So obviously, if you're on a carnivore diet and you've got better functioning, less inflammation, less problems, you see the Maasai and all that, 70, they're having kids, 80, an 80-year-old Maasai outruns Mary Ruddock. I don't know where somebody on a species-appropriate diet, where it is. It may be up to close to 90 or 100 before they start seeing this decline, because they're a hell of a lot healthier. So I would say you would have to do like some sort of test, like a biopsy in later age, in order to work out the exact amount that you're actually losing, or where you are in terms of intracellular antioxidant production, and then say, okay, I'm 80 years old and I'm not seeing much of a decline in comparison to the general population. So I'm not going to bother at this stage because I know it has a deleterious effect. But now I'm 90 and I've done it and I've noticed there's a bit of a decline starting to happen. Okay, maybe I start getting low doses of some of this sort of stuff to try and actually, deal with the increasing oxidative stress, because I don't have sufficient capacity to deal with it anymore intracellularly. So it's this sort of stuff that you have to basically work out, and that is investigating and testing to see. Hopefully by the time we get to that sort of age bracket, a lot of this technology will be way cheaper, and we'll just be able to just pluck something out of our skin and test it, I'm hoping. So it'll be a hell of a lot cheaper to be able to work out whether you do or you don't. I'm on a simple, pretty much winter vitamin D, only through the winter months, and 1 month on either side of spring and autumn, pretty much. Simple as that. I usually do look at like the local site, and I look at the UV. in our region. And when the UV starts dropping to like, if it's 5, I'm not going to take vitamin D because I've already built up quite a bit. So I'm not going to bother. But once it gets down to 2, 3, 2 or below, depends. So if it's 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4 like that, I'm not going to bother. But the moment it dips into the 2 and 3 and below, usually dips pretty fast into the 2 and then stays at the 2 or goes 0 in Tasmania. And once it does that, at that point, that's when I start introducing vitamin D. So I do monitor to see, and then I usually come out of it. So from year to year can vary a bit in that regard. Now, with Dad, because he's older, and he's carrying a bit extra kilos, I will basically keep him on a bit longer through the spring and through until the levels are above 5, in that regard. So it varies with what I do. And I do check him every year. So I get a little prick and stuff like that. So to test him. So next summer, the middle of the summer, I'm going to check him to make sure his levels are getting back up again. So I always just keep an eye on him and all that because it's very important even for cancer. Vitamin D plays a big role. So those are the things that I sort of monitor. In terms of the other stuff, I don't take any supplements in terms of micronutrients anymore. I used to take sort of mineral supplements and, different B complexes and all that. I do keep B complex in just for the cheats. That's the only thing that I keep it in there for. And it usually goes out of date. I have to throw it out and replace it. That's okay. It's just for the social occasions. And they're all methylated, so they're not garbage. But I use them like that. The other stuff that I use is taurine, obviously. Everybody knows that. Taurine. I do have choline, but I don't use it every day because most of the days I have eggs. And if I have eggs, I have no choline. If I don't feel like eggs, I sometimes get up and I go, I don't want any eggs today. On that day, I will have a gram or 2, depending on what my intake has been for the last couple of days. So that's what I'll do because, I do have methylation issues. So I do have methylation genetic problems, MTHFR basically. I make sure that for my MTHFR enzyme, for the enzymes to work properly, I make sure that I get enough riboflavin in. Most of my foods, dairy is a very good source of riboflavin, plus the flesh of animals. So I usually do well there. I don't need to supplement. It's only in the early stages if people have got very high homocysteine, I get them to supplement riboflavin, B2, and the active form. But then once they get back to the normal levels, then I get them off. So once the homocysteine comes down, things normalise, you don't need to take it anymore. In that regard, the animal foods themselves will furnish enough. So that's that. The other things that I take is citrulline, and citrulline is what I take as a vasodilator. I've been taking it now since I had my heart condition for some time, and I still do, whether I need it or not. But I do use it for my biohack in the morning for the organelles. So trying to improve my cellular function and health, trying to remain a young 58-year-old. So I don't think I'm reversing at my age, but I'm maintaining. I'm not sort of, as I've shown people before. I can't do it now because it's a night time, but you know what I mean. I've shown people before. You can't. In terms of, I used to have a lot of, um, you know, fine lines. and wrinkles and stuff like that. They've cleared up. They've really cleared up in that regard. So that's helped. Occasionally, I did do niacin, and I've still got some, but I do it very rarely. Now I usually get it from pork because I love pork and I do consume half my food in the week is pork related. So I get enough niacin and I get enough thiamine as well. So, not a problem. Um, Things like that. What else do I do? Fisetin occasionally, probably twice a year, sometimes once a year. This year I've only done it once. I had a stack to do, and I gave it to Dad. He needed it more than me. So I bought it for myself, and then I gave it to Dad. So he's still got one pack that he has to do. So we were thinking about August, and we'll do the other pack, and he can get it out of the way. And I may buy myself a pack, possibly later on in the year. I don't mind doing it, at least twice a year, but at least once, definitely, I do it for that purpose, just to kill off a number of senescent cells, old cells in my body, you know. So that's a thing. Yeah, those are pretty much the majority of things that I do. I do have a creatine supplement, but I only take that once a week, and that's when I'm training, lifting weights, so to speak, just once. So that's the only time I take it. Otherwise, I don't take it. And I've got a whole bag, and it's going to last me for friggin' ages, like it did last time. I just recently had to replace it after a couple of years. So now I've got another one, and it will last for a long time. So yeah, that's pretty much what I primarily do. It's not complicated. I've used a number of other supplements. I've used NAC in the past for had some severe exposure to mold and sort of to clear that out. And I also use calcium deglutarate for a period of time to basically prevent reabsorption and to get rid of the toxins in the system. My sister also used it to stabilise her hormones, her excess estrogen, just to stabilise things and get the hormones properly. Now she's using it because she's gone postmenopausal recently, and now she's using it to sort of stabilise and she's used a bit of boron as well. And I've used boron as well, but I don't use it anymore. Yeah, so that's pretty much, certain things have their place and they're not necessarily for everyone. If you're not doing weightlifting, don't bother with creatine. You don't need it. Um, if you're young and you don't have severe mitochondrial damage or cellular senescence or stuff like that, you may not need some of this sort of stuff. Just the general diet is more than enough. So it depends on your circumstances. I don't know how old you are, how young you are, what your circumstances are. I suspect you're middle age because you've got a bit of a history of timeline that you've actually sort of spelt out. So I suspect you may not be as old as me, but you probably have a few years ahead of the younger ones. So if you're younger, just stick to a species appropriate diet. You don't need to waste money on things that are unnecessary. Um, you know, Keep that. Go on a holiday with that money. Save it up. Use it for other things. Anyway, how much K2 do you take with 5,000? Well, you don't need to take any. You really don't need to take any unless you're dealing with an underlying issue of you've got stabilized atheroma and tried to eliminate, or you've got severe osteoporosis. You may need to try and actually get menaquinone 4. And the reason for menaquinone 4 because it's the only one that can actually hook and grab soft tissue calcification and move it into the actual. And then, depending on how stable your atheroma is. If it's stable and you know it's stable, then you can go higher, like, 5 or more milligrams. I usually say that people go 5. There are higher, and I have done higher in the past, but some people can get certain side effects, like some derangements in electrolytes, especially if they're unaware of certain genetics. So I stick now to saying the high amount, 5, don't go any higher than that. And when it comes to the general people that just want to, they're in the early stage of the carnivore diet. They want to basically just something to improve. Maybe they've actually done a test. They've got a bit of osteoporosis or a bit of sarcopenia, stuff like that. Yep. Then maybe, something like 200 micrograms per day, 2 up to 5 milligrams. If it's severe, depends on how severe it is and all that sort of stuff. So there's a bit of variability there in that regard. So that's a sort of way I would do it. Depends on the circle. Everybody, that's why I usually ask people that I need more details to know where people are. And in your case, probably, for a short period of time, like a couple of months, 5 milligrams would be a good idea. And then dropping down to microgram levels like 200 and stuff like that would be fine after that, to take over a slightly longer period. And that will slightly shift things as well in terms of calcium metabolism and homeostasis and improvements in that department. Yes, that fellow. Yep, yep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I like soft cheese like Camembert and Brie, and it's all MK4, which is fantastic in that regard. And all foods don't block the hormone DHT, which causes men to lose their hair. No, it doesn't. Derangements in hormones cause that. It's far more complicated than DHT. I do have a video to do on that, so I'm not going to give a lot away at this stage because it's one of those to attack the crackpots out there. So I'll keep that under, yeah, but it is a video that I will be making. So that isn't the case because if you take a look, most people, when they're getting older, their levels of a number of these hormones are declining. How can they be causal? How can an old person, compared to a young person, have lower DHT and free testosterone and things like that, and also have more hair loss compared to a younger person that's got higher amounts? Doesn't compute. That is an inverse relationship. The relationship is in the other direction. It's a bit more complicated than that. Okay? There are derangements. Now, DHT does play a role, but it's within a deranged environment and with other hormones not working properly in the whole of the pathways and all that. But that's for another video. I can't give too much away because I've been giving way too much away about a number of things. And there is competition that do listen to my videos and live streams, and I don't want them beating me to the gun after I've done all the damn research. So I will be covering these sort of things. Yes, even circadian rhythms involved in it as well. So it's complicated. Look at my hair, and I've got genetics, genetics with that sort of stuff. Do you think I use 5-alpha reductase? You know, do you think I use those sort of inhibitors? No. Have I ever? No. And most people that are using some of this sort of stuff, what's happening to their physiology? They're still losing their hair. And they still feel like crap. And their libido's in the toilet by some of this medication. So is that the solution? I don't think so. Again, I'm saying too much. Shut up, Harry. Move on. Okay. I've eaten, what am I saying? Lots of dairy past you on every meal. Okay, you guys are talking amongst yourselves. Levy, how are you, mate? So the oxalate symptoms can vary in one and the same person: stones first, then joint, skin. Is it true, or is Sally just expanding her auditory attributes more symptoms? Look, I can't speak for Sally, and I haven't seen any recent stuff from her. And the last time I contacted her to try and get on my channel ages ago, I was basically, try again later. I got sort of reply, and it was like, don't bother. Sort of, you're not a big channel, you're not important. So yeah, I didn't bother in that regard. Um, yeah, I do get the snub from a lot of people that I've approached, and I've stopped approaching them. I've just stopped approaching them, and the reason for that is because I don't know, they just find me controversial, or they don't agree with me, or you know, I intimidate them. Got no idea. Um, but in the end of the day, if they don't want to talk to me, that's fine. I don't want to talk to them. I'll continue talking to you, lovely people, and hopefully you will spread the message here, far and wide, and hopefully we'll get more people listening to some of my content and learning to heal their bodies better than some of the other nonsense, regurgitated nonsense that keeps on regurgitating out there. Look, you will get varied symptoms. There are genetic variability in terms of oxalates. Also, oxalate production in the body can vary due to genetics. Also, certain genes can be affected. There is a relationship between one gene that is important in breaking down oxalate, and the enzymes that are produced to do that are B6 dependent, and we do get B6 in the diet, in animal foods, a lot. But like the methylation pathways, they're also dependent on riboflavin. If you look at a lot of these pathways, methylation, certain types of detox pathways, and other methods of basically breaking things down and recycling and cleansing and clearing out and all that, I find riboflavin as a cofactor all the time. It's telling you something, that animal foods that are higher in riboflavin are critical for these systems to work properly. All these enzymatic complexes require riboflavin, including MTHFR. That's why you don't have to bother with supplementing with folate, which could potentially give you an imbalance and a bit of a B12 deficiency. Can drive it down. Too much folate, not a good idea. There are even some other people out there that Chris Master John, even he understands that, that is a problem with folate supplementation, and doesn't. And even he had to admit in one of his videos, it does not sort the problem in the way. Well, because it's not the key thing that's required. You need to eat animal foods to get, riboflavin, because riboflavin is. And I have a video that was done about, I think, 4 years ago, and it's actually called Methylation Part 1, and it covers exactly how this enzyme fixes itself. So you don't need to supplement anything or go to a naturopath, which will blow sunshine up your rear end. You don't need to do that. All you need to do is just eat a species-appropriate diet, upregulate that enzymatic pathway, and bring down your homocysteine. It's not complicated. Anyway, but unfortunately, most people like to complicate things. Hey mate, how's it going? GHG699. And we got Crypto Fan. G'day, mate. How are you? If you could discover one secret of humanity, which one would you choose? One secret of humanity. Possibly the thing that I would want to know the most when it comes to human physiology, if that's what you mean, discover one secret of humanity. If we're talking about just health and all that, I would really like to know some of the critical pathways, like some of these longevity genes, and how you can actually manipulate them to get, let's say, 10% or 20% increase um, in that regard. If we're talking about human nutrition, if we're talking about secrets and all that, then I would love to have. I know. Look, there's no prophets. There's no new revelations after Christ. But yeah, there would be. That's selfish, probably, to say that. It is selfish on my part. I shouldn't, as an Orthodox Christian, I shouldn't say that. Um, it would be nice to meet Christ before you died, but I can't say that because that is selfish um, in that regard. So yeah, but anyway, why me? You know what I mean? So, but it would be on the nutritional and health side. It would be these sort of longevity genes that would fascinate me. Even if I only knew a bit about a few of them, just the curiosity that I have with those sort of things. Yes. Anyway, anyway, yeah, it's just contributed quite a bit in terms of the oxalate issues. So, which is good because a lot of people have realised in our community, the low carb community, that there are some plants that are damaging to the body, very damaging. And we used to call them superfoods and health foods. They're not. So, I mean, you only have to look at like a kiwi fruit from New Zealand and you look at under an electron microscope and it's got all these like long needle type things. Just it's packed full of needles. And there are some people who are, let's say, foolish and they juice a whole lot of kiwi fruit. And guess what they have? They end up in hospital and some have died from massive overload of oxalate toxicity. Yes, painful. Very, very painful. Do you need sunglasses for the sun if the UV index is 4? Look, I do we need sunglasses? No. Um, do I use sunglasses? Yes. The problem with people like myself who's got green eyes or blue eyes like my father, we tend to, darker eyes, which is most people have in the tropics and in warmer areas, they tend to basically not get as much glare. People with my coloration of eyes, green, and dads with blue eyes, we get more glare, and that glare is really uncomfortable on the eyes. And so when it's really sunny, I do put sunnies on. When it's not, I just put them on my head and continue like that. So if it's just slightly dull, I won't use sunnies. But if it's really sunny, it's uncomfortable, um, especially in at certain times of the day where it's much lower on the horizon. It's hitting you in the eyes. But midday when it's overhead, it's less of an issue depending on the day and period of the year. So it's I'll put them on, and people may see me with walking around the city with my sunnies on top of my head, and it's sunny. It's a sunny day, but then when I get a bit of glare, I put them down because it's uncomfortable. So it's more for the glare rather than the actual sun in that regard. So, and hello to you, jellyfish, as well. Okay, you guys are talking to yourselves. Kronos77. Okay, you're talking about yourselves as well. More about your cheeses and all that. Let's move down. I'll just pop these up here and I'll keep on moving down until I get I think I have the heater on a bit too strong at the moment. I'm not wearing any trousers. That should tell you everything in winter. So, yeah, but I am feeling a bit hot. It probably is drying me out as well. Ugh. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, they shouldn't. Yeah, they get a very long, extensive sort of answer of monumental proportions. Yes, but Brie, Camembert, and Gouda contain MK4 groups. Yep. Well, Brie and Camembert actually contain MK4 exclusively. Now, Gouda has a high amount of MK4, but it does have some of the other metaquinones as well. But Brie and Camembert are exclusively MK4. Two of my favourite European cheeses because they're soft. Actually, what uh, I had liver pate on on Thursday. So I had a whole lot of like these raw cured sausages. So they're dried out, but they're raw, but they're dried out, and they're cured with peppers, and they're really nice. So it's a raw meat with that, and so I cut all that up. This was at work. People see me, and they go, "Is that raw meat, Harry?" Yeah, yeah. They sort of shake their head and walk away. So I'm having that. And then on the other side, I had a whole lot of brie, which I cut up into fine pieces, and then I cut into small pieces the pate, and just I was having with the brie, I was having just getting pate of liver and eating that. It's about a bit over 100 grams. So and I was having that, enjoying that, while I was having the raw meat as well. So yes, that was a very nice meal, a very fulfilling meal. There was about 250 grams of the raw meat. There was about 100 grams of the liver pate, and there was the cheese. How much was the cheese? I think 150. I think 150 grams, somewhere around there. Yeah, so it was, nearly from different foods, nearly half a kilo, or pretty much 1 pound. So yeah, more than 1 pound, that is. So that was a very nice meal. That was one single meal. Very nice and enjoyable. So yes, I definitely that day from the cured meat, from the brie, and from the pate, I would have got quite a bit of the metaquinones of K2. So you know you can get it from food. I have become very skeptical of the whole oxalate dumping excuse. That's fine. Anybody can be, different people's physiology. And look, you may have not been exposed to high oxalate foods, and so have no thing. But if somebody is consuming like 100 to 150 grams of spinach every day, like in the morning, having bacon and eggs on a low carb diet with 100 to 150 grams of cooked spinach, You do that every day, you're going to put a lot of oxalate in your system, and you're going to end up with 4 kidney stones in 5 years. And that's what happened to me. So, and before that, when I was on a sad diet, I never had a kidney stone issue. So it was definitely the high oxalate foods that caused the problem to me. And some people who've come from a plant-based environment and have consumed a lot, or been low carb and more prioritizing plants than animal foods, those people as well have probably put a lot of oxalate in their system. And so, yeah, it depends on the person. You may not be one of those people. You can be skeptical. That's, your prerogative in that regard. But there are other people that are basically, there are many people. It's not like a small group of people. They're getting foaminess on and off. So if it was a regular thing, then you could say, yes, they have an underlying kidney issue. It's not the case. So on and off, that's definitely an oxalate issue. Then you've got, symptoms that are quite clearly oxalate, like on their skin, rough and eczemas just coming out of nowhere, and that roughness, sandpaper type of feeling. The same thing. And some people have gone actually and tested and checked to see whether those were oxalate crystals, and that's what they found in their feces and in their skin when they did a biopsy. So I don't believe these people were lying, because they actually went and tested their stools, and they also went and tested their skin. You know, I just felt the pain in my kidneys, so, and then got some foaminess in that period of time, and then it would go away until I dumped again. So mine was a bit on and off. Others are more regular. There's so much variability. Now, there could be other factors as well interplaying as well in combination. That's a possibility. Unless somebody, was to analyse somebody properly, and also that person was, came in, was tested, diagnosed properly, and all that. I agree with you on one thing, that some people do think that they've got something when they've got something else. In a lot of communities, not only in our community, that is a problem. And that's why I usually say to people, that people ask me and go, I've got these symptoms, what do you think? And I say, well, there's these possibilities, but I couldn't tell you with any accuracy unless you go and check. And you can do this, and this test, because of that will actually, exclude all these things and actually tell you whether it's this thing. And if that doesn't happen, then it's possibly one of the others. At least you know that's not the issue and all that, because there are common symptoms with a number of conditions. So sometimes you have to, and obviously there are some people that are sort of, you could say, exaggerating certain things, even though they don't have strong evidence for it. That's true, but that's in every field. You'll find people doing that. It's just unfortunate, but it happens. And it's, what do you do? It's really hard to sort things like that out. But don't be overly critical. Focus on yourself. I always say to people, probably comes from my Greek Orthodox faith, but I don't sit around judging other people, and I don't sit around pointing the finger at other people. As a person, from a person to a person. But I will call out their bullshit. That's a different thing altogether. And that's legitimate. I have the right to call out evil, and I have the right to call out bullshit, if people are peddling things that are wrong or stuff like that. But I don't attack the person in that regard. There's no hate towards the person, is what I'm trying to say. I may be comical about them and call them a few names, but I don't hate them. There's a difference. That's more the show on the YouTubia. You sort of, you put on a bit of a, it's not an act, but you put on a bit of show for the crowds. Just is what it is. Yes, you do. And I'm glad to see you are converting to the oldest faith. And, good for you. I was born into the Orthodox faith as a Greek child, My parents baptized me when I was a child. I lost my way as a teenager, and then as an adult, I came back to the faith. But it was a struggle, a long struggle with atheism. But once I was able to see that, all the research, M theory, string theory, supersymmetry, the particle accelerator did not find enough muons to balance out some of the other particles, and once a lot of this, there was no supersymmetry. You can't have string theory because it's a foundation. You need supersymmetry. Some of the elements when it comes to multiverse also require a certain level of supersymmetry to support a certain level of multidimensionality. So all that collapses. Then we have a single universe, which is extremely fine-tuned. And mathematics, where before, by believing in a multiverse, you could believe that there is something outside. There is that metaphysics, so there was a different metaphysical, an atheist metaphysical model that exists outside space-time, where mathematics come from, and they actually affect and create these new universes and all that. But the moment you're down to a single universe, and that single universe means that you cannot, you've got mathematics, which are not a product of this universe because they describe and are able to construct things that don't exist in this universe. That immediately tells you that it is a language to explain things that doesn't originate, doesn't have a causal origin with this universe, because it doesn't match in everything in terms of the physics. So immediately then there must be a mind behind that universe, because only a mind can conceptualize. And then, you go, well, what to believe in? Because there's a whole lot of religions. Every single other religion is top down. Every single one of them. It's been patronaged by kings and whatever else. This one comes in from the people and is persecuted from the moment it starts by the elites globally. Persecuted. People are martyred continuously. That tells you something, that the elites don't like it. They pretty much, some of them get to where they get because they listen to, yes, demonic forces. And so, in that regard, it's quite clear that, what does the archaeological evidence tell us? Well, for a long time as an atheist, I believe, well, we can't find anything in the cyanide. The Jews did not come in from along the actual Mediterranean coastline, so it must be bullshit, because a lot of things in the Bible are described properly, and archaeologists have used that to discover things, but in this case they were wrong, and a few other things they were wrong. So how many other things are they wrong? And then year on year, new things get discovered. They find the pool inside. Recently, they found it in Jerusalem that's described in the Bible. Oops, another discovery was considered a myth. Then they found the chariots, but it was further south. And we know that from the area of northern, which is the sort of the northern area of where that sort of waterway that actually comes off the Red Sea between the Sinai and Saudi Arabia, the northwest, that whole area, that's where they came in, because that's where the archaeological evidence shows that the Jews came in. And so, and so people say, well, they didn't come from Egypt. They came in from the Arab Peninsula. That's where they must have come in. And so it's bullshit in that regard. And then recently, what did they find? They looked further south and they actually found chariots in the water, littered right through. And part of the actual, beach area or the sand was like glassed. like a powerful force opened it up and glassed that whole area. And you find that. And then on the other side, what do you find? You find the stone that was broken and water was provided. And it's got water, like, when water flows through something, it erodes it in a certain way. But that whole region has got zero water, you know. So where did the water come from? It's got zero water. I mean, the Saudis have to put desalination plants in the West because there's no water. Never has been. So where the hell did the water come from? What, magically? Bullshit. So there are things that we find archaeologically that defy material explanations. And then when you've got prophets 300 years earlier telling you exactly, before the Romans even took out, even before the Greeks came into the region, and you've got basically talks about the Messiah coming and being crucifixion of the Messiah, and in the Old Testament you've got basically talks about the Trinity. Just because people say, well, the Trinity is nowhere in the Bible. That's true, it isn't. You won't find like it's saying the Trinity exists in the Old Testament or the New Testament. But when you look, you actually see the Son, the angel, and the angel, that head angel that described the Son angel, or the Son of, as later called the Son of Man, or the Son of God, is described in the same way in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. And it's the way Christ describes himself, and also the way in the Old Testament it's actually described. Even in Genesis, there are actual pieces. And people say, well, they actually changed it. Why would they change it and martyr themselves? People don't create lies and die for them. It doesn't. Psychologists know that doesn't work like that. And then we found the Dead Sea Scrolls. Guess what? They confirmed exactly that the text hadn't been rewritten or altered. The only thing that was a few grammatical errors, and that's understandable when you're basically copying and copying over and over again. You're going to make some grammatical errors. So a lot of it is quite powerful stuff. Pretty much Darwinian. Even some of the Darwinian scientists have basically are starting to abandon Darwin because they don't believe in this sort of random natural selection. It just doesn't happen. And they're trying to come up with some other solution to it, but they don't know what. Even Richard Dawkins, at the end when he was pushed severely, he came up with the most stupidest argument: panspermia. Little green men turned up. What a load of nonsense. I mean, if there's not enough time for the complexity to happen on our planet, there's even less time for interstellar space-faring civilization to emerge and access our planet in multiple times, altering things over vast distances of time. Why? Because of a bored. They had nothing else to do but bother themselves with us. It just, nothing fits all these so-called narratives. And so even many physicists now are coming back to, like myself, are coming back to faith and are looking at these differences between the faiths and looking at what is described and what is the archaeological evidence and what is. Remember, the Bible is not really as much a religious book as more a historical revelation book. It's God revealing through prophets, explaining events and revealing himself. So it's very different from all the actual convoluted philosophical whatever, or the other things. It's an entity outside space-time telling those the created who he is and what sort of relationship he wants. So, and if we look at the Old Testament, we have a priesthood. Like the Old Testament, there was a priesthood that is demanded by God. Not a religious leader, not basically anything of that sort, but an actual, you've got the monks who are like ascetic type people that went into the wilderness, and then you've got pretty much priesthood which the Jews, after the destruction of the Second Temple, that was predicted both by Christ and predicted 300 years earlier by a prophet, that when the Messiah came, right after the Messiah, there would be the temple destroyed. Talk about, predicting the future with such accuracy, So when people look at the details, they realise this isn't possible, by average people, because we're not talking about some top intellectual working for the king, So yes, it's affected. Going back and looking at these things, because I actually used to make some arguments against these things, and it's been a long journey back. But now that the science has obliterated a lot of the atheist arguments and the concepts, and we're back to a very complex, finely tuned universe, just a bit, inflation slightly stronger or slightly weaker, and the universe will either implode or not happen at all. That fine tuning and then just stopping abruptly and slowing down, there's no force. Nobody can describe what stopped that. Only something that lies outside space-time, that has got the power to create, has the ability to manipulate to that fine level. So that is why a lot of people are going back to theism, because they've realised, and going to the right, I look at iconography. You go back to the old temples in the early Jewish faith, before they were destroyed by the Romans and spread throughout the world. They used to have iconography, like the Orthodox faith has, that is consistent with the old priesthood. They also look at the holy, altar. Exactly. We don't look, because the priest isn't there as a priest or like some kind of religious leader to be. No, he's just a servant of God. He's an intermediary. The church belongs to Christ, doesn't belong to the priesthood. They serve him, and they serve us as an intermediary to connect us. And they, with us, look towards, in past it was a sort of sacrificial lamb you'd do on there. Now it's the blood of Christ and the body of Christ. So all these sacraments, all the liturgy, everything is consistent right through. They were just the followers of Christ. Christians are just called the followers of Christ. They are two separate movements. One group is the followers of Christ that accepted Christ and the God. The others rejected him. That's all it is. It's a schism of the original faith. And for a very long time, it was one church. And then when the Germanic tribes took over the West, they bastardized it completely. They came in and took away all the theology and took away all the spirituality, and have made it. And that's why atheism has just blossomed in the West, because there's no soul to it. It's a sort of a cold institution, where orthodoxy is a warm place. Our connection with God is very important. Our theosis, the whole purpose of is this becoming more God-like, connecting with God. We're not going to sit in eternity just sitting there worshipping God. No, you're going to have a relationship for eternity with God, and those secrets, for those who are worthy, who have got a strong relationship, will be shared, and you will grow with. You will grow along this journey with God. So that's why we call it theosis, becoming more God-like, and discovering far more than we know now. So I look forward to that, beyond the worldly stuff, into the metaphysical realm. Anyway, that wasn't the whole idea of moving into religion, but yes, yeah. Anyway, you learned a bit about me, how I think, and spiritually in that regard. But that's for another day. We'll get back to the to the nutritional stuff. Anyway, yep. We'll just go down a bit further, because it's more or less similar stuff. Is nuclear war possible? Is the media scaring us? there is a risk that you've got a situation where there's a lot of people pushing, and sometimes mistakes can happen. We've come very close to multiple times having a nuclear war in the past, in the Cold War, and it was certain wise people or military officers or people there that actually, or some politicians that stopped it because they realised it was becoming unhinged. We're lucky again that we've got somebody like Putin that, even though, I don't like necessarily his politics, all of them I do have some disagreements. At the end of the day, I understand the existential threat that Russia faced, and I understand where he came from. If the roles were reversed and America had the potential for a Russian-Mexican alliance and Russian troops on the American border, I don't think the United States would sit back and do nothing. They'd invade Mexico. So let's be honest about these things. When you push people to the brink, to the wall, that the difference is that the irresponsibility of the Biden administration, and I'm not talking about Biden because he's got no idea where he is. I don't think he's very aware of a lot of things. And that's frightening because it's the deep state behind him, these crazies in the State Department that are pushing this agenda that are Brzezinskyites. Brzezinski was a geopolitical Polish anti-communist who promoted this really extreme hatred in the American deep state of the Soviet Union and obviously Russia after. And even though the Cold War had ended and some of the Brzezinskyites had been pushed out, and there was sort of a move to the ones that remained in there, buckled down, brought more of their friends in, and a lot of them are Democrats, brought more of their friends in and took over the State Department again. And they are pushing this really extreme reactionary approach towards their opponents. And when you've got that, that's dangerous because that could make the other side make a mistake if they think there's an existential threat. You know why the Soviet Union never pressed a button? I'll tell you why. The Soviet Union never pressed a button is because the Soviets believed that capitalism would fail. So why destroy the world? Just wait them out, let them collapse and have crisis after economic crisis, kill themselves amongst themselves, and we'll pick up the pieces and support groups inside their countries and take them over. We don't need to destroy the world, So there was a purpose. And America had the belief that, if we push Russia a bit, we eventually will collapse it and we can democratize it and bring it into the West and stuff like that. So both had ulterior motives not to press the button, so to speak. That's not the case anymore. You've got, and even people behind Putin are even more potentially dangerous. People that are also are seeing the sort of decay of the world that is actually happening in the West, wokeism and all this, and believe that evil has taken over and maybe this is the end time. And if the evil tries to take us over, we'll take them out before they can take us out. And when you've got that sort of thinking, that's dangerous. And the other side is also reckless, and you've got two reckless sides that are basically thinking about existentially, if I'm going to go, I'm going to take them with me. The Americans are thinking in those terms and the Russians are thinking in those terms. And that is bloody scary. That is really bloody scary. The Chinese are the only ones that don't want further conflict. One bit for selfish reasons, because it would affect their trade in that regard, and potentially their people, if trade fell apart, if the large parts of the world were destroyed, they wouldn't have much of an economy left to support their population. There's a potential for a rebellion within their own population. And so for them, having a more protracted war between the West and Russia isn't to their advantage. long term. Eroding the West, using Russia to erode the West, that works for them. But basically a full-out conflict between the two, that doesn't work for them. And so there is definitely that difference between those who are close to Russia in terms of Turkey, in terms of Iran, in terms of India, China, and all that. They want to basically own the future. They don't want to be pushed around anymore by the West, the globalists, the Anglosphere, to be more precise. But at the same time, they don't want to blow up the world either. They don't want to see the world blow up. The problem is you've got people in both the US and Russia that are basically behaving as if this is an existential threat. For Russia, to some extent, it is. For the US, it isn't. And to behave like that is irrational. But unfortunately, we've got irrational people. I'll be glad when Trump hopefully gets in and clears out that deep state this time for good and doesn't back down and removes, closes large of these people, removes a lot of these people out of the State Department and shuts most of these idiots down, because that's when the US will become a more reasonable partner in the world, and it will probably reduce the level of anxiety that exists in the Kremlin. Because I can tell you, you can actually see Putin is very careful with his words, not to inflame things. He's anxious. He's worried that some crazy thing will happen that will precipitate an all-out war. He's worried quite a bit. I think he's even more worried than even Chinese are, because he looks at the West's behaviour towards him, and so he doesn't see an end. He's tried many times to try and bring about peace. Even the Ukrainians are starting to be interested in peace. This is why the Americans are bagging, the deep state is bagging Zelensky and all his people. Why? Because they want them out. They want to get rid of them and put in that general and a few others of those neo-Nazis into power, who will basically continue the war. Because for them it's a war of attrition, which they don't have to. There's no blood. It's only money and guns on their part. But that eventually could backfire in the long run. It also means that, you don't have the economic capacity to build up a war economy, but Russia is building up a war economy, a massive war economy, a military that's going to be over 1 million. When you've got such a massive force and you've defeated the West in the Ukraine, eventually, you may get other ideas as well. So, and there also could be, because remember, a lot of people have been very critical of Putin, that he hasn't ended this, gone in and clobbered them for good. Even that little side show of a rebellion, was part of that, and certain politicians and certain military leaders that he removed were for that reason. Remember, he's the only person whose ex-intelligence has lived in the West, knows the West, has operated with the West, and understands that Russia can't do without. But the problem is the deep state of Russia thinks differently, is far more militaristic and far more hostile to the West. They blame the West, destroyed the Soviet Union, and impoverished them. They want vengeance for all the destruction that the West has done and the expansion east and all that. Putin understands the irresponsible behaviour of these people. And so he's possibly the best person to avoid any calamitous situation. If there's not going to be things go to nuclear, it's going to be possibly because of Putin. If Putin is removed, all bets are off. Things become a hell of a lot more dangerous, because you may get some of these more extreme elements within his own party and all that. who basically want to take over the Baltic states, and they want to move and deal with, because they say, well, Kissinger said in the past that if it's between America and all that, limited attack on these NATO people, they did the same thing, wiping their hands with Afghanistan and all these other areas. They may do the same thing if they're not under threat, if Russia's not threatening them, but only Europe. So, yeah, there's a lot of danger, because if you take a look in the past, we've seen when revisionism increases, and Putin is not a revisionist, the people behind him are. That's where the danger lies. The people, he has been pressured by them to act. Okay, so he's been pressured all the way by them, by the deep state, and that's where the problem lies. So there's a lot of frustration building up, and this now is sort of the message coming in from the military, and he wants to try and achieve a negotiation. He doesn't want to conquer Western Ukraine, and the reason why he doesn't want to conquer it, because he doesn't want to basically control that population. He just wants them to be neutral, not to be with NATO, be neutral and not a threat. But he doesn't want to control them, because they don't have a big GDP to be able to control a whole population and feed it and support it and all that. It's just not practical. He knows that he can't do that. He can't do a Marshall Plan. He doesn't have the wealth that the US after the Second World War had. So that's not a practical thing, that he doesn't have the capacity. He's well aware of that. And that could basically weaken Russia further long term. So he's aware of that. He's trying to win a victory, but without too many losses. He's trying to preserve large parts of his military. He's trying to preserve large parts of his economy, and slowly just use the meat grinder to erode the West, erode the Ukraine, and force them into negotiations, which will be beneficial for him without severe cost. Because he could attack with much greater forces, but there'll be more losses, more cost, and more material cost and human cost. And that's why he's basically decided to do what he's doing. He's approaching things from a way of, I've got a meat grinder, it works. I've got an ISR strike envelope, so intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance over the entire battle space. And I can employ a lot of artillery to take out that which is low cost, some drones and advanced weapons, and I can also, to reduce the technological capacity of the Ukraine, which has been given by the West, neutralise a lot of their advanced systems by jamming a lot of the GPS and all that. This is why it's ended up like a World War I type attrition war, with small drones in small distances which can't be jammed as well. That's what it's ended up, this sort of high low tech trench warfare. So it's a very different thing, and because the Ukraine doesn't have enough artillery, because that's the biggest problem, there's not enough 155mm rounds, where the Russians have got shitloads of this cheap stuff that isn't affected by GPS or jamming or anything like that, and they've got shitloads from the Koreans, shitloads from some of their other allies, and yeah, it's working for them. By combining these sort of capabilities, it's costing them less, and they're getting more bang for their bucks, in a sense, where the Western systems are just being lost in large amounts and now becoming less effective because of the level of jamming that's very successful. I did put a video of one guy that I actually subscribed to on my channel earlier that actually explains a lot of this, how it all works, the technical side. So this is the thing that even the West realises, and that's why even people like Zelensky say, give us more 155mm rounds, because the HIMARS and all that are just failing to hit their targets because they're being jammed. So, and this is the biggest problem because we've given massive amounts. All the different NATO countries have given a lot of 100. Even Australia has actually sent over 155 millimeter rounds, and even the US. And if there was something to happen in the Pacific, the US may not have enough. So the West, at the moment, when it comes to artillery pieces, is really in a difficult spot, and a lot of its advanced kit is too problematic. Now, can we overcome GPS jamming? Well, maybe if we can develop better gyroscopes and better terrain following with inertial navigation, and having better laser gyroscopes that are they're going to be slightly costlier, but they will improve the precision. So at least the weapon can actually get to its destination and then use its imaging systems to try and find the target. But because GPS has been jammed heavily and very successfully, and the Russians don't care that it's affecting their systems as well to some extent, because it blankets everyone, it affects everyone, because they've just got an ISR envelope, they can see everything and all that, and they don't really care because they're not moving much. They've got a meat grinder, they're not moving much. They don't need that sort of precision. They know where everything is. They've actually targeted them before. They've actually worked out all the telemetry. They know exactly from where to strike, at what angle, and everything to hit certain things because I've been hitting them for so long. And all they do is they just feed in the rounds, one round after another round after another round, and the meat grinder keeps on going, devouring more and more troops on the front line. And that's how it's been working. So once you understand that, and Putin's doing two things. One, he's not, because he realizes his economy, even though it's actually increased from 1.5 trillion to about over 2 trillion, it's still small in comparison to many other economies around the world. And he's got a vast landmass that he has to support and all that. If he was to lose a lot of his military capability, could his so-called friends in China think about taking part of Siberia off him in the future? There's always a risk. They have had differences. This is a relationship of convenience, so to speak. So it is problematic in that regard for him as well. He has to think about those potential risks as well. So it's a far more complicated picture for Russia in the way they are. So unlike the hotheads behind him that want to go all out, is sort of saying, well, we can't sustain that sort of level of tempo, because we're still building up to that war economy, and we're still some way away from that. So getting more energy production, oil and gas, getting more factory production, getting more material out of the ground, and getting it refined and sending it some to Korea and some to China to basically produce industrial goods that can be sent back to be incorporated into new systems and stuff like that. So there's a lot of that. That's why they put an economist into the Ministry of Defence, to reorganise the Ministry of Defence to be able to get things more production out. That's the whole purpose of that situation. So it wasn't accidental. There was a reason behind it. People don't do things just for a laugh. People think, they think all these relationship issues. No, this is just hard facts. I need people to reorganise that part of the industry that's supporting the war effort. These people aren't doing it. I need these people or this person. And that's what's happening. So there's going to be that sort of reorganisation. And I think to some extent, Putin has realised, I don't need to expend too much treasure and too much effort. We've already grinded away most of the key, most experienced soldiers. We've depleted a lot of the resources of the Ukrainians and parts of the West. And, as we build up our capability, and we can actually keep that going for longer, that's why he said, if it goes, if the West isn't willing to negotiate, we can go for another 2 years and all that. I will bleed you, is what he's actually saying. If he was speaking like out of honestly, to the West, he would say, if you're not willing to negotiate, I'm going to bleed you. And that's exactly what he's doing. And the West, with their woke nonsense and their expensive energy that can't even produce things substantially enough, what do you think is going to happen? They won't be able to keep up with that production and competition in military affairs. And so in the end, it'll be another disaster like Iraq, another disaster, even a bigger disaster than Iraq or Afghanistan. And it will fundamentally shift the balance of power on the planet. That is substantially far more dangerous than what we've seen in the past. And the ramifications and the consequences, long-term consequences, are unknown. None of us know. It's impossible to know. But yes, there is a risk. Obviously, the media are going to increase the scare tactics in order to make, this evil Putin is going to blow us up. Absolute irresponsibility. What they should be saying is that the Biden administration is very irresponsible for continuing this war and should allow the Zelensky government to negotiate for a peace. That's what should happen. But they won't. And in the end, they are getting ready to eliminate Zelensky anyway and remove him because he wants to negotiate with Putin. And they don't want to stop the war. That's the problem. The deep state is unwilling to pull back. Yeah, have a good one as well, Scotty. Thanks, mate, for being here, helping out. Yeah. And so I will move on. Now, I'm going to leave it at that as well. It's about 10 o'clock now in Tasmania. I've got work tomorrow as well in that regard. I will also share my brother from another mother. He actually sells a coffee called Thylacine Coffee. And I pretty much it's what I have at home as well. Obviously, we know it's a what is that doing? Go away. Contraindicated food, but some of us in this community still enjoy a bit of coffee. And if people want some good quality coffee, they can go there and get it. And I will just play their little video and share it for you lovely people. And let me share it. I'll get rid of myself in a sec as well. Hello, everyone. I'm just promoting Thylacine Coffee. This is my brother from another mother, his business. So this is not a paid advertising. It's just something that I offered him to do. I drink his coffee as well. As you can see, there. Oops, in focus. So I drink these coffees as well. He's been a good brother to me. We've been very close friends. And so I said to him, I'll promote your website and everything else. So here goes. I'll just share the website. So this is the website. Um, these are 3 different varieties of thylacine coffee that they actually sell. One's the gold label, which this is the website. Port Arthur. That's these are 3 different varieties of thylacine coffee that they actually sell. Like one's the gold label sort of thing. The middle one, the red label, which has got the Salamanca theme. The other one's got the Port Arthur theme. Is pretty much a sort of a it's got a sort of a nuttier, sort of more of a sweeter taste with a hint of bitterness. It's a sort of a medium roast, so it's slightly less acidic in that regard. So it's no, and it can be used to make cold brews as well as hot ones as well. So I'm not an expert when it comes to coffee, so I'm just reading out the behind the labels. I forgot to get the other one here. So the medium, there's the sort of the other one, which is the green label, which is Mount Wellington Kunyani. That's also, a sort of a medium dark roast. That's a deep flavour of chocolate and nuts, with a bit of sweet aftertaste. So it's basically a medium dark roast. The middle one is a traditional sort of sort of a slightly lighter, has a sort of slightly sweeter sort of taste, and the gold one, I believe, is a sort of a lighter. Let me just check. It's an aromatic. That's right. It's an aromatic one. So just go in there, get on it, and into the shopping. Whatever you want to purchase. Like that, I believe they do some bulk things as well, and they do have a wholesale sort of end to it as well. So check it out. If it's your thing, fine. If it's not, no skin off my nose. It's just I'm doing a free promotion. This is not a paid advertising. I'm not getting paid for this. This is just free for my brother from another mother. And so I'm just supporting his family. His missus actually pretty much runs the website, and does all the posting and handling stuff in that regard. But obviously, he's the boss of the business. So that's pretty much it. It's just doing something for the family, so to speak, the extended family. If people are interested, I know there are some carnivores that are coffee drinkers like myself. Some are not. That's fine. Whatever floats your boat. But if you're interested in Tasmanian coffee, with some unique flavours, and you want to try it out, now you know where. Anyway, that's it. See yous. And yours truly is back. Yeah, well, that was done at a different time slot. It wasn't done today. It was done at a different time slot. You can see even the hairdo is slightly different. So different time slot. So it's just he. I spoke to him on the weekend, and he does have. He's going to provide me with a promotional code. So don't go and order yet. I will do another video, not this one. I'll get rid of this one, but I'll do a new video with a promo code, and I'll upload it. Or if I'm too lazy, I'll leave this and I'll just put the promo code in the description. So you'll be able to use the promo code to be able to get a discount. So because I was speaking to him as we were walking down to Salamanca, because they were going down and the new battery failed in the and he couldn't recharge it because his other brother actually had taken the recharger, and it was early in the morning. So he ended up going back to bed. And when I turned up to walk with his missus down to Salamanca, he goes to me, I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "The vans," basically. So, yeah, pretty much. whatever. And then his brother turned up and connected it up and started recharging, and we said, "Nah, we're going." So we moved on in that regard. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. And I do appreciate the time people spend with me, questions they ask, very interesting. Yep, I can understand. I mean, it's, you know, yeah. This is not an unnecessary, it's an unnecessary war. It doesn't really help anyone. Um, all it's done is made the West weaker and Russia stronger. So if that was their game, then they're stupid. But with the current globalist nutcases that are running the show, I got no idea what they're thinking. I've got no idea what they're thinking. They've destabilised the West by flooding it in with all sorts of people. They've destabilised economically. They've destabilised it in every single. It's like they are hell bent in destroying the West. There's no other way of describing it. No, not at any point in history has any country anywhere in the world ever allowed to be its whole country to be overrun. You know, I've got no qualms with any person from any part of the world. We're all children of God. We're made in His image. So I've got no hatred for anyone. But when you've got this flooding in that the globalists are encouraging to destroy um, their own societies for their own nefarious reasons, pretty much they know that societies that are based on believing in the free will of man, that we are made in the image of God, we have got worth, we're not scum, we're not nothing. People like that sort of faith actually creates a more revolutionary people that resist against evil. And these evil people know that if they dilute the population, they can then divide and rule and control the population. That's their purpose, is what their long term. They don't care about many other things. And they'll use the idiots on the left and some idiots on the right as cannon fodder for their nefarious reasons. Ultimately, they have agendas and they don't include us. Obviously I can't go into more details. You know what I mean. Um, you know, as people like Bill Gates and others say, is there's too many mouths on this planet, so they don't really care. And yes, definitely, that is a slogan I've been promoting. No to 15-minute gulags, and make some posters, make some T-shirts, popularise that around, get that message out. From my last live streams, I've been promoting that, and I've been promoting it on different sites relating to this subject matter, where I've put this comment and I've told people, encouraged people to keep on promoting something like that, do T-shirts and all that. It's a way of just snubbing at the elites and telling them, no way. And it will get some of these other, the sheep out there thinking, oh, this doesn't sound right. Get them critically thinking, because at the moment they're just going along with everything. So we need to wake them up before we're all stuck in our own 15-minute gulag. So anyway, guys, appreciate it for being here. Thank you for your support of this channel. Please, tick the like button. It's appreciated. The Al Gore will love you, and so will I. And look, I've got a day job. I just don't. I just promote this to other people. I'm not into. I've I don't need sort of the money. I get a bit of from YouTube. Some people sometimes donate to me out of their own heart. They want to give me a bit for as a donation, get some coffee, Harry, or whatever. That's fine. I don't do this for the money, so to speak. And so I don't need to create the merch. I'm giving you guys the slogan. I'm not taking any, how can I put it, any copyright on it. I'm just giving it to everyone out there, and just create your own merch, create your own slogans, put stuff out there, get the message out, and and keep on pushing it. Maybe I'll ask Bart whether he is willing to think about adding it to his merch stack. So I'm going to have a bit of a chat with him once, because I know he's sort of taken a bit of a break. But when he gets back, I'm going to send him an email and just say, well, have you thought about something like this? So he may, and because he's got a sort of a network set up for merch and stuff like that. I don't. I don't want to basically get into that sort of stuff. So the purpose of this channel is completely different. But he needs. I've got a day job. He doesn't. So he needs some of that income, obviously. And this is a good slogan that he could popularise and put out there. No, he doesn't. He doesn't like Gullies. He likes remote places. He likes living in remote places. That's true. Away from everyone. So, he's gone bush because he lives in a rural area. He doesn't live in a city area. So he's lives close to a river. He gets his water from that river. That's how remote out he is. And that's why he has all those problems with his issues, with his internet and stuff like that. I think he's using Starlink as well, because he tried using that to sort of piggyback to get more of the signal out. So anyway, Lukey knows what I'm talking about. Because thanks everyone. Take care. Look after yourselves. And next week I'm gonna get a few things out, and next Sunday I'm gonna try and actually produce a few extra videos. The week after I'm going to take a break. And then the following week, which will be the next month, in August, at the beginning of August, I'll do another live stream then. And as I said, I haven't decided yet. I'm just still thinking about whether I do just one, because I have 1 week off, 1 week on. And through the week, it's really hard. It's easy to basically spend like a Sunday going right through and creating a lot of content, and then through the week processing it on the computer, and then creating one video and then a next video and then posting them the following week. That works easier for me with a day job. It's really hard if I have to come back. I'm tired after work. And the other problem is that the actual, with Zoom, it tends to, after a certain time, it actually starts really affecting the sort of the quality of the video as well. So that's another issue in itself. So it's easier to make them in the daytime, more of them, and process them at night through the week. So I come back home, get my meal ready, process them, let them run, go and relax, have a meal, then relax, then go to bed, and then the next morning it's done, it's processed. Then I can release it, I can upload it. So as long as it's good, I have to listen to it. So I usually listen to it in the background, and as long as it sounds good and the audio is reasonable and things are not too bad, then I'll upload it to YouTube and then I'll release it. So there's a lot of it involved. As a lot of people know, I don't have the money to employ somebody permanent in that regard to do that sort of stuff. So to process things, so I have to do it myself. And I don't want to commercialize the place either. That's not the purpose of my channel. My channel is, as I said, Harry Serpanos, no bullshit. I'm looking into the literature, discovering how the body really works, and explaining to you guys in the most simplest way I can to demystify things, so you guys don't have, are not, not deceived, not end up being influenced or affected by propaganda, nutritional propaganda from ignorant people, because there's a lot of people out there. Because I don't think most of them are, unless they're working for the food industry and they're doing certain nefarious things, they've got they've got an agenda because it's providing them with this. Most people out there just read this sort of nonsense and they regurgitate it in sort of like they parrot things. And that's the problem. It's just ignorance promoting more ignorance, and more ignorance is the problem. Where what I'm trying to do is demystify how the body works and explain the more intricacies, but in the most simplest way I can, without taking away all the scientific terminology and dumbing it down to a level where the average person who doesn't have a science degree or a biochemistry degree or whatever else can understand it, because that's the purpose. There's no value in confusing people. I don't expect somebody to learn programming who has never done programming in the world, somebody to understand physics who has never done physics in their world, or biochemistry or whatever. That's illogical. The problem is a lot of people use a lot of this scientific terminology to and then they make the claims which are based on poor research. And most people say, "Oh, I heard that person say it," but they never really understood what they were saying. That's what I'm trying as much as possible. And I always say to you guys, challenge me. If you don't understand it, ask me additional questions for clarification, because sometimes I may miss the mark in terms of simplification in explanation. I'm not perfect. So I'm trying my best to try and make things digestible for most people. But I'm not always going to get it right. None of us are perfect. So, but at the end of the day, if we don't understand what is being done to us and the bullshit that we're being pushed down our throats, then we can't explain it to other people, and more people are being deceived due to ignorance. And what we're trying to do is reduce the ignorance so we can wake up more people to realise what's being done to them and what's being done to our society. And as long as we can do more of that, we're not always going to get it correct, let's be honest. None of us are gods. None of us are perfect. But we will get closer to some of the truths than some of these people who don't even take the effort. They just take that to push certain agendas and certain narratives, unfortunately. There's too many of those people. It's, the sort of social media is just littered with them, unfortunately. Anyway, thank you for being here. I'll let you all go. I'm rambling for far too long. See you next time. Take care.